Hello, and welcome to this, our 138th live stream. Saint Nick is watching you. He knows if you've been naughty or nice, or a Aryan heretic. So you better be good. Well, we have been busy this week. We have put together, as just a bit of housekeeping here, a popcorn review coming out Monday, January 1st at 8 p.m. And again, let the speculation begin. Again, we don't reveal who or what the popcorn review is about until it actually drops. And it will be a premiere, so it's going to be at 8 p.m. I'll be in the live chat watching it with you guys, and it should be a party. It should be a lot of fun. So, Snap, Crackle, Popcorn Review, says Jack Ray. Yep, absolutely. So that's the housekeeping. We hope you can all join us for that. Again, it's New Year's Day, so we thought something special to start the new year would be rather nice. So, with that said, we're going to start getting into the questions. And the rules for the questions are the same as they always are every week. Super chats have priority, but we do take non-super chats as well, in which case we want you to put a Q and a colon in front so we know it's directed at me. So I can spot it, and my producer here can spot it as well. Also, only post the question once. If you post it more than once, your question will be disqualified for the night. And that's because question spamming just gets me confused as I'm looking through the live chat. So, no multiple posts of questions. Third, if it has something to do with the Bible or an ancient language, I need a little context. So in the case of the Bible, please include the book it's in, the chapter, and the verse. For an ancient language, we ask that you tell us what language you think it's in. If it's what you think the word means, just so we can narrow things down a bit to keep the live stream moving along at a good pace. So, with that said, let's get into the questions. We are going to start the night here with, I think, 4 non-super chats. First one here is from Here Comes Nobody. And he asks, I think it's a he, has answering a question in one of these Q&As ever made you change your mind on it? When I'm obliged to explain concepts, I sometimes find myself rethinking them, and even my opinion shifts. The answer to that is actually yes. I have answered questions on a live stream and then later on changed my mind about it. One particular one that comes to mind is my view on, say, the Magi. I had been asked a question a little over a year and a half ago, and, I thought, because I'd taken the view that they were either Persian or Zoroastrian astrologers. And later on, I learned that they didn't practice Zoroastrianism, didn't practice astrology. So, okay, then I had to go and rethink that question. And then I looked at the text again, and it says Anatole. So that could be anywhere from Persia to Turkey. So in my reevaluating the text, it struck me that this could have been basically astrologers from Turkey. And we do know that, say, the Hittites practiced astrology. So if that religion continued on after, say, the fall of, say, the Neo-Hittite Empire or kingdoms, then it is conceivable that those astrologers were from Anatolia or Turkey. So that is one instance where answering a question caused me to change my mind on an issue. And I think there's no disgrace in changing your mind. It tells people that you are continuing to think, continuing to learn, continuing to grow intellectually. And I think it's a great, great thing that people change their minds. Even somebody who's learned, they should be flexible enough to still change their mind when the data tells you to change your mind. So, That's one instance of a question that I know that Jack Ray. Wait, the fault can be wrong? Yes. Yes, I can be. Oh no, the world is empty. Well, we can be wrong for all sorts of reasons. Insufficient data, bad reading of a text. There's a lots of reasons we can be wrong. And there's no disgrace in admitting that people can be wrong, myself included. So
The haystack, wait.
The haystack. Wait, what did I miss? Yep, you missed out. The sky is falling. Says, let me explain. Haystack says, I identify as always correct. Well, I wish I could identify as always correct, but I'm not, and I know it. So, this is why we do the best we can to answer questions, but we also don't guarantee absolute correctness either, because I'm a fallible human being. I can be wrong. I've been wrong a few times. My producer says I haven't been wrong yet. Well, yeah, she's yeah. I've been wrong a few times. And I know I've been wrong a few times. So, that's there's times you have to admit you're wrong. And you correct it as best as you can. So, everybody is doing the best they can. Even the most learned scholars, I've caught saying wrong things at times. So, that's just comes with the territory. Okay, so that's our first question of the night. Yes, people have asked me a question. Andrew Graham says, Henny Penny sad at that first. Sad that first. Okay. So let's take the next question here. Next non-super chat here is from Let Me Explain, Followers of the Shepherd. When does the book of Daniel date? The History Channel claims it was in the 3rd century BC, which seems absurd to me. Well, it seems absurd to me too. Now, I do think that we do need to keep in mind here that it's really, really difficult to date a text. It's really difficult to date a text. And a lot of the arguments that went into, say, the idea of the book of Daniel being a late scholarship or a late book are really based upon some dubious assumptions. Now, I personally think it's the dates to the 5th or 6th century BC. Okay, I take a traditionalist dating on this. But then again, I don't find arguments that argue for a late date for the book of Daniel to be convincing. So, I like, for example, the whole idea of Aramaic. The Aramaic portions must necessarily be late because they, for example, contain words of later origin. Well, you start examining that claim. And first of all, 9/10 of the Aramaic have been found in Imperial Aramaic texts that date between the 8th and 5th centuries BC. The 1/10 remains in dispute. Now, even that 1/10, some of it is that we just don't have attested words in any Aramaic texts. Others is that some of those Aramaic texts contain Persian words. But oddly enough, we do find Persian words in Aramaic texts of the 5th to 6th century, particularly some of those papyri that are found in Egypt. So it's not a good argument. In many respects, it's even a negative evidence argument, which is we don't find it so far, so it must be late. Well, that's bad reasoning. That's bad reasoning. Fallacious reasoning. The other thing, too, is even say, for example, the Greek words that are sometimes claimed to prove late authorship. is, again, there's 3 Greek words that are found in the book of Daniel. One of those words is very, very old Greek. One of those words appears in Homer, and that's 8th century BC. The other thing is that there are Greek traders all across the Levant from basically the 8th century onward. So, like, for example, we find the word stater. It's a Greek word. It's a Greek form of currency. It's found in a 5th century BC Aramaic document. So most of the argumentation for the late authorship of Daniel loses its warrants when it's actually closely examined. So here's going to be the sort of the upshot of all of this. Is I don't think there's a sufficiently good way to date the book of Daniel based upon its textual evidence. So there is going to be, I think there's just an insufficient warrant to basically peg the book of Daniel down. I mean, you even get, say, for example, in the Septuagint, a translation of, say, the Persian terms, okay? Now, if this is supposed to be a book of, say, Greek-era manufacture, why is it using Persian titles in Daniel chapter 3 and then completely butchering the translation? If this is a book of, say, 2nd century origin, shouldn't it be using Greek terms and getting those terms right? Not appear like it's a translation? Yeah, I know there's going to be some people out there that go, well, it's just a conspiracy to make the book of Daniel look old. Yeah, I'm not buying that for a moment. I'm just not buying that for a minute. So, I have yet to be convinced about, say, late authorship of Daniel. So anyway, that's sort of the long and the short of it. We don't have exact warrant to say when Daniel was actually written. I think it is still possible that it could be between the 4th and 6th centuries BC. I think that's entirely possible. So, respond with cope. So yeah, I think the History Channel's claims here are absurd too. But then again, too, I want good evidence before I go with something, and it just doesn't seem that the late dating of Daniel meets that threshold. Oh yeah, we missed several super chats from Juan. We will get to that when we do the super chats. Yeah, yes, don't worry, Juan. We're going to do your super chats first. Okay. So anyway, but we want to get these non-super chats out of the way. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. It's a great question. I know you've been asking it for weeks. It's just taking me kind of a little bit of time to get to it. All right. The next one here. I'll take 2 more non-super chats, and then we'll get to the super chats. Here. There's another one here from Let Me Explain. Followers of the Shepherd. What is the likelihood of Mary being literate in Greek? Depends a little bit what you mean by literate. Certainly, it's not impossible, but I assume such a thing would be rather unlikely. I'm asking as she is proposed as the author of Hebrews. Okay, it's actually 2 different questions there. Could she have been literate in Greek? And is she a potential author of Hebrews? Now, the one thing about literacy in Greek is there's various levels of literacy. You've got speaking literacy. Can you communicate in Greek? That doesn't mean you can write or read. Okay? So that's a different form of literacy. I think spoken literacy, yeah, it's very possible Mary could have known Greek. At least on that level. The fact is, if you are in a culture with many languages, it's often being a polyglot is very common. But that doesn't mean that you can write it in a way that's fluent with virtuosity. Okay? Like, for example, it's often commented that the Greek of, say, John is a little bit janky. It's a lot janky, okay? So it's highly likely that that John wrote with his own pen. Didn't just use an amanuensis, but he basically a scribe. He wrote it himself. So the likelihood that, say, John is written by, a Hebrew Aramaic-speaking apostle is actually much higher because of the jankiness of the Greek. But on the other hand, too, the book of Hebrews is very erudite Greek. It's got great virtuosity to it. It's not the sort of Greek that you would just find somebody with rudimentary Greek skills writing. So it's somebody who's exceptionally learned. So while it's possible that Mary was literate in Greek as far as being able to communicate in it, it's unlikely that she would have had the learning to have that sort of fluid virtuosity, that erudite style of Greek that we find in the book of Hebrews. Just because the fact is that, while men would set aside some period of their lives back in the first century to go learn and follow under the learning of instruction of a teacher, this was very rare for women of any kind. It wasn't seen as safe. It wasn't something that women did. So it was just one of those things that it's very unlikely she would have had the toolkit or the skill sets to do this. So could she have probably communicated in Greek? Yeah, I'd say so. Could she have possibly read some Greek? Yeah, less likely, but still possible. Was she highly literate in Greek? That's unlikely. Highly unlikely. At least not with the virtuosity that we find in the book of Hebrews, essentially. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question, and it's a good question. I'm going to take one more non-super chat here, and we're going to get onto the super chats. It's not here. Where was it? Okay. This one is from 501 Mobius. And he asks, doesn't Amarna letters E227 and Amarna 228 mention Hazor and its ruler praising the Egyptian king rule out the early date of its destruction? Yes, it does. There's also another matter, too, in the Amarna letters that rules out the early destruction of Hazor, too, which is the fact that all the kings around Hazor are claiming that Hazor is taking over other kingdoms, that Hazor has become an aggressive, conquering city-state. And that's a very interesting detail. Because one of the things that we find, for example, in the book of Joshua, is Joshua talking about Hazor as being a city-state that had conquered 5 kings. And it's talking it in past tense. So this phase of conquest is over by the time of Joshua, but it's still going on during the Amarna letters. So I think that's a really interesting detail. I mean, that was fascinating that you would have the neighboring kings complain about the king of Hazor being this aggressive conqueror, and then Joshua saying, yeah, this is the same Hazor that conquered 5 kings, and we're going to take care of them. So I think that really rules out the early date of its destruction. I don't think there's any plausible way of saying that Hazor was destroyed, say, during the time of the Amarna letters. So I think that's quite, the Amarna letters are quite problematic for that view. So So I think that it's one of those things that, you have to read the texts, and then you have to reconcile those texts with what we know of the evidence. And, when you're looking at the Amarna letters, you're looking at that, you know, that period in the, say, 1350s. And there's no way you can reconcile that with an early date of the conquest. It just isn't going to happen. Okay, so anyway, I hope that answers your question. Again, it's a fascinating question. Yeah. I know they're gonna claim that the Habiru was in on this, and it's just like, okay, the Habiru in the Amarna letters is in totally the wrong place, and the wrong time. So, not the Hebrews. Sorry. Okay, so anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Now we're gonna get to the super chats. And we're going to pick up three super chats from last week that we did not see, and all three come from Juan. And the first one here is for $5. Thank you very much for that super chat. Is low Christology in biblical academia, Schweitzer Ehrman, scholarly or biased towards minimalist liberal views? Conservative traditionalists are rare. Okay. Well, let's define what we mean first of all by low Christology and high Christology, because that's going to really sort of matter here. Now, let's start with the high Christology. A high Christology is basically starts from a high position. You start with basically God becoming incarnate as flesh. Okay. This is what high Christology is also called incarnational Christology, because it believes that second person of the Trinity became incarnated as man. Low Christology starts off with, say, Jesus' earthly ministry, his miracles, his good deeds, his teachings. And it starts with a foundation that Jesus is just a plain old everyday human being that does so well as a human being, he is adopted by God and is turned into God as a result. So it's often called adoptionist Christology. So that's your two extremes here, incarnational and adoptionist. Okay, so that's your difference between your high and your low Christologies. So now, it is very, very true that liberal scholarship does favor low Christology, because it tends to be much more skeptical about these things. The other reason it tends to favor low Christology too is it's something historians can easier engage. Okay, so a lot of these guys like Schweitzer and Ehrman are kind of they're historians of religion. So you're going to get here that sort of divide between articles of faith in high Christology versus articles of history in low Christology. So you're going to see a lot more liberals engage low Christology than in high Christologies. However, I also think too, I will agree here with Andrew Loka, who basically said, the first century Christians were good, believing, monotheistic Jews. They would not have come out thinking that, they're coming out basically preaching that Christ is an incarnated being. Good Jews aren't going to do that without a high Christology. Otherwise they're just going to say that Jesus is just a teacher, just an ordinary man who was maybe elevated. And that's not the message we get out of a first century Christianity. So I it's definitely low Christology is definitely a view that's favored by liberals, because you can keep the whole sort of the whole Christ thing on a human level. But most say conservatives will, at least if they are engaged low chronology, they'll also subscribe to a high one as well. The two views are not exactly mutually exclusive, but the whole idea of adoptionism as being, say, Christ is only human is problematic for, say, Christian Orthodoxy. Okay? So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat, and we apologize that we missed it out last week. We're trying to make this right. So, thank you for the question. Great question. Okay, the next super chat comes again from Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Is Grace School of Theology a legit school in Woodlands, Texas? Yes, it is legit. Now, it's a small school. It only has 5 full-time instructors. It's fully accredited. It's an evangelical interdenominational seminary. It offers bachelor's, master's degrees, and the doctorate degree that they offer is a Doctor of Ministry, also called the D-Min. Not to be confused with Demon. Okay? Now, I will say a few things about it. It's a very tiny school. That doesn't mean your education is not going to be good there. It's very focused on keeping costs down for the students. The one thing that did sort of raise a little bit of a red flag is that it has a 100% acceptance rate. Now, I can sort of see this for bachelor's degrees. But for, say, master's, and when I just hear 100% acceptance rates for, say, people who apply for master's and graduate levels, what that usually means is that if you don't qualify for whatever program you're applying for, they'll just offer you a spot in a lower program. So if you apply for a doctorate there and you don't qualify, they'll probably offer you a spot in a master's program. So it's kind of a way to make sure that no student goes away empty-handed. But that's just something that you need to watch for. So if you're getting your hopes up to get into, say, the D-Min program and they don't think that you're qualified, they'll offer you probably an MDiv or an MA. Okay? But everything I've see right now suggests that it's a perfectly legitimate school. Just as tiny. And you do find these. You do find small schools that do offer good education. It's got, I think, something like 256 students. I mean, it's really small. It's really small. But just because it's small doesn't mean the quality of the education is bad. It just means it's small. And it is accredited with the Association of Theological Schools. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat anyway, and I hope that helps. Okay, the third super chat we missed was from Juan again for $2. Thank you again for that super chat. And he asks, what should ancient Egypt have done to keep its power? Well, the first thing it should have done is recruit a regular army instead of having a volunteer army. The Egyptian army was made of entirely volunteer forces. There came a point in Egypt's history at the end of Dynasty 20 when Egypt couldn't maintain the numbers of its military. So what it had to do was it had to start using Libyan mercenaries. And Libyan mercenaries got rich and fat. And eventually decided, hey, we've got the armies. Why don't we just take over ourselves? That sort of spelled the end of Egypt as a regional power. Really. It had already been declining in, say, Dynasty 20. But when you hit Dynasty 21, you start seeing competing dynasties, say, between the Libyans and the native Egyptians, and that's where sort of things sort of fell to pieces. So without an conscripted army, it would have been very, very difficult for Egypt to maintain its power. And they were never able to maintain it after that. So it really would have had to have started focusing on becoming a real empire as opposed to just a hegemony. So they were up against powers that were ultimately going to be way, way too strong for them. Like the Assyrians, like the Persians. So without a conscripted army, they had no hope. No hope at all to maintain any sort of base of power. So with that said, that's probably the best we can offer you on this one. We're into, at this point, speculative history. If they had done conscription, would they still have been able to maintain their power? Is an open historical question. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay. That covers last week's super chats, and we can get on to this week's. The first one this week is from Aaron Richmond for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, what are some biblical publications and or organizations that produce good articles and research? Well, that's going to depend upon what sort of research you want. I think as far as biblical publications and biblical, it's going to depend as if your persuasion is conservative or liberal. I say for conservative, I think the ETS does a really, really good job of, and this is the Evangelical Theological Society, I think they do a very good job of not just their journal, but also basically their sort of fostering of academic discourse. So I think they do a good job. But they're not by no means the only ones. If you want to get into, say, more specialized things like Ancient Near East, then I would recommend Hazor. I don't remember what Hazor stands for now because they've changed it so many times since I've been there, but it used to stand for the American Schools of Oriental Research. I think now it's the American Schools of Overseas Research. Political correctness run amok. But Hazor does a very, very good job of producing excellent scholarship. Not always on the biblical end, but it does do some biblical stuff too. So it does overlap with the Bible as well. So those are sort of the two organizations I'd really recommend for at least good, solid scholarly research is Hazor and ETS Jets. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helps. We want to thank Jack Ray here, who contributed 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships, and he also gave, I think it was 10 or 20 prior to the start of the live stream as well. So the people who were popped in early to look at questions got in early on this week. So again, we want to thank Jack for contributing to the channel and for supporting our ministry here. And got a super chat here from Let Me Explain, follower of the Shepherd for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see here. Isaiah question below, right? And he asks, in Isaiah 53, many believe that this is about Israel. Others debate it is Jesus. Is it merely Israel acting as an archetype of Jesus? Let's pull up Isaiah 53. Take a look. I believe this is the suffering servant passage. All right. Well, you have it in verse 5 immediately. For your husband is your maker, whose name is the Lord of hosts, and your Redeemer is the Holy One of Israel, who is called the God of all the earth. Now, if that's your Redeemer, I don't think it's talking about Israel here. Just saying. It would be a bit of a stretch, wouldn't it? See if we can find anything more. Again, you didn't cite a specific passage here, so you just talked about... It's hard to go through an entire chapter like this and pull things out here without some specifics here, especially with chapter and verse. So, but that would be my first thought here. Yeah, without some more specificity to this question, it'd be a little bit difficult to comment so much on this. But I don't think it is... I mean, if it is talking about... Oh, verse 8 here. Quote, in an outburst of... Oops, sorry, I am reading 54. Sorry. Oopsie. Yep, you're right. Okay. It's a one mistake. Here you go. There's my mistake for the night. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I thought that 53 was the suffering servant one. Okay. Who has believed... First one. Who has believed our message, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he grew up like a tender shoot, and like a root of the parched ground. He has no stately form or majesty that we should look upon him, nor appearance that should be attracted to him. He was despised and forsaken by man, a man of sorrows, acquainted with grief. He's a man. He's a man. And like the one whom men hid their face, he was despised, and we did not esteem him. Surely our griefs he himself bore, and our sorrows he carried. Yet we ourselves esteemed him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. But he was pierced through for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The chastening for our well-being fell upon him, and by his scourging we are healed. All of us, like sheep, have gone astray. Each one of us has turned to his own way. But the Lord has caused the iniquity of us all to fall on him. He was oppressed, and he was afflicted. Yet he did not open his mouth. Like a lamb that is led to a slaughter, and like a sheep that is silent before its shearers, he did not open his mouth. By oppression and judgment he was taken away. As for his generation, who considered that he was cut off from the land of the living, for the transgression of my people, to whom the stroke was due. His grave was assigned with wicked men, and he was the rich man with the rich man in his death, because he had done no violence, nor was there any deceit in his mouth. But the Lord was pleased to crush him, putting him to grief, if he would render himself as a guilt offering. He would see his offspring, he will prolong his days, and the good pleasure of the Lord will prosper in his hand. As a result of the anguish of his soul, he will see it and be satisfied. By his knowledge, the righteous one, my servant, will justify many, as he will bear their iniquities. Therefore, I will allot him a portion with the great, and he will divide the booty with the strong, because he poured himself to death and was numbered with the transgressors, yet he himself bore the sin of many and interceded for the transgressors. Okay. One of the things here about the suffering servant, and I think we need to really point this out if we are going to at all claim that this is Israel. Okay? Israel was never blameless. Ever. Oh boy. No, if anything, the Old Testament talks about Israel, when it talks about Israel, as being a harlot Israel plays the harlot. Not to put a too fine a point of it, but they're worshiping all the balls. That's going to be a real problem when you want to basically say that this sinless, innocent Lamb of God is Israel. This is a problem. Verse 9, he had done no violence. There was no deceit in his mouth. By his knowledge, the righteous one, my servant, will justify many. Israel was never righteous. Ever. I mean, yes, none of us are righteous. We've all messed up. We're all sinful human beings. We're all fallen. But not the suffering servant. I mean, we've all gone astray. We're the lambs that go astray, not the righteous lambs that are going to be sacrificed. So, yeah, I think this is you can only square this with a messianic prophecy. Okay, I think you can only square it in that way. I don't think it's Israel acting as an archetype. Israel has never had a capacity to follow God with faithfulness. So I think it's just kind of ludicrous that this would even be attached to Israel. It just isn't what Israel has done in its history. So, that I think is sort of the problem with that interpretation. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So, Andrew Graham, yeah, I'm perfectly flawed. Yeah, that's kind of the state we're all in. None of us. Yeah, we want to do good, but we can't do good. We're not able to do good. So I think this is one of those things where you just have to come to terms with. Basically, it's talking about Jesus Christ. Harry Stark says Isaiah 3 is talking about Jesus Christ. Basically, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So that's I think the long and the short of this here. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. We really appreciate it. We thank you for that question as well. BK is in the room? Really? Wow. Awesome. Peace to the chat. Well, peace to you too, brother. Great to have you here tonight. Okay, let's go on to the next super chat here. Okay. So the next one here is from JP. Does Psalm 51, 5-6 show prenatal personhood? Being guilty of sin implying personhood. Now let's take a look at that. Psalm 51. Bible here. And 5-6. Okay. Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin my mother conceived me. Behold, thou dost desire the truth in the innermost being, in the hidden part, that will make me know wisdom. Okay. Now, there isn't the implication of personhood here. Okay. And I think there is some evidence from this. But we also have to remember, too, that this is poetic language. So it's basically saying here that there's really no chance of you not being sinful. So we have to kind of be sure that we don't go off the rails too far into a meaning that it's not suggesting. So, so we do have to keep in mind that there is this sense of, in the text here, like, for example, if we go back a bit, it says in verse 2, "Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, cleanse me from my sin. For I know my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against thee only I have sinned, and done what is evil in thy sight. And thou art justified when thou dost speak, and blameless when thou dost judge. Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and my mother conceived me. In sin my mother conceived me." So really, it's not so much talking about personhood, although you could probably get a secondary reading out of that. It is really talking about how we're dead in our sins. That's really what this passage is talking about. And it's doing it in a way that basically says, hey, you can't escape this. You've been like this since before you were born. So I think there's much more here that's going to basically point to that sin is part of our nature. It's part of our nature. It's part of our who we are as fallen human beings. But God can remedy that, per verse 7. So you could, as I said, get a secondary reading out of that to imply personhood in the preborn, and I think that's a perfectly acceptable reading here. But it's also not the intent of the passage. The intent of the passage is to say you're dead to rights to your sin. So again, we want to be careful about secondary readings because they can always go in a direction where the text is really not intending to take you. But at the same time, too, yeah, I think this is also a legitimate reading as well. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here. Jack Ray gave another 10 memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. And we got here a super chat here from JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What is your stance on Israel belonging to the Jewish people? It's no argument that many have conquered and lived in the land, but who does it belong to? Yeah. Wow. That's a dicey question. The problem is the various claimants to the land all have pretty bad claims when it comes right down to it. Now, do I believe that Israel has the best claim to the land? Yeah, probably. I think it's got the best claim to the land. But there's no real solid, rock solid claims. Okay? I mean, if you want to go the historical arguments here, you know, Arabs don't have a good claim to the land, really. You know, their claim is terrible. It's really terrible, especially since the current occupants of, say, the Palestinians were never autonomous. They have never in their history been autonomous. The Israelis, on the other hand, do have some claim to land, at least as an ancestral people. But also genetically, most of them are either from, say, Persia or Europe. So how long is a land claim good for? 2,000 years is a long, long time to press a land claim. So I don't think anyone here has got a rock-solid claim on the land. Nobody. So the question is, how do you then peaceably resolve something like this, where there's nobody who has a rock-solid claim. However, if I think one's got a claim that's slightly better than the others, I would say the Jewish people have a slightly better claim, certainly more than, say, the Arabs do, or the Palestinians do. So, again, it's just going to come down to, who's got the better claim, and then how do you resolve this peacefully. So that's about the best you can make of this mess. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. BC for $10 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is the fact that none of the New Testament documents mention the destruction of the temple strong evidence that they all predate 70 AD? Similar, none of them mention James's death by falling from the temple. No. No, it's not. That would be just a argument from negative evidence. So that would not be a good way to reason this. So this is why I think we should be very, very careful of negative evidence arguments. So I don't think this would be a good way to rationalize that all those texts, the New Testament texts, predate 70 AD. Now, with that said, I do think some of those texts do predate 70 AD. I think there's some Gospels that do. I think definitely the Pauline letters, they predate 70 AD, because he was killed in 64. So, Dark Blade, I thought it was called Argument from Silence. It is. It goes by several names. So, yeah, it is called an argument from silence. It's also called a negative evidence argument. It goes by many names. So, it's just one of those things that you see perennially used. So I think what we're dealing with here is a absence of evidence argument is another way of putting it. So again, I think it just doesn't work out if you try to make an argument on that basis. So because frankly, there's not a lot of other books too that mention the death of James. You don't start seeing the death of James until some of the patristic documents. So again, it was just not something that was really even mentioned. So, I mean, we don't even find the death of Paul in most of these letters. And, as I said, that's definitely pre-70. So, there's like, again, dating text is tricky. Dating texts can be very, very tricky. So, I think we have to, again, be cautious here. We have to be cautious when, say, we date the book of Daniel, and I think we also have to be cautious when we try to date, say, the Gospels by similar means. Just it's again, sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. If we're going to criticize, say, liberals dating Daniel from absence of evidence arguments, we should be careful in doing that too. We should use good methodology when we do these sorts of things. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, another one here from JP for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Does 1 Corinthians 6:16 mean that those who have sex are married in God's eyes? How does this apply to certain messy situations? Well, okay. Pick up that 1 Corinthians one. Then I'll comment. Okay. 6:16. Okay. I'll start at verse 14. Now God has not only raised the Lord, but will also raise us through his power. Do you not know that your bodies are members of Christ? Shall I then take away the members of Christ and make them members of a harlot? May it never be. Or do you not know that one who joins himself to a harlot is one body with her? For he says, the two shall become one flesh. But the one who joins himself to the Lord is one spirit with him. Flee immorality. For every other sin that a man commits is outside his body, but the immoral man sins against his own body. Okay. Does having conjugal relations mean you are married in God's eyes? Not necessarily. And to show you this, we have to be careful here that we don't say the one flesh and conflate that with marriage. Okay? There's a biological description of marriage, which is that a biological spiritual description, which is the two shall become one. Okay. So there's that, and that's more of basically a description of the conjugal act. But there's also a view of marriage here that seems to go beyond that. And for that, the Samaritan woman would be the example, where she goes to Christ and, Christ says, bring me up some water. And she goes, if you knew who you were talking to, you wouldn't ask me for water. And, Christ says, okay, yeah, I know who you are. You've had 5 husbands, and the one you're married to right now is not your husband. Or the one you're with right now is not your husband. Okay? There's a presumption in that text that the man she's shacking up with isn't her husband. So there's the whole marriage thing is more complicated than just the conjugal act. There's more to it. You have to be, for example, you have to be free to be married. That's a big deal. In the case of, say, the Samaritan woman, what most likely happened was she wasn't given a writ of divorce from her husband, because back in those days, the husband had to volunteer to do the writ of divorce. So she was still married to the previous guy. So the man she was shacking up with couldn't be her husband because she was not available to marry. So it's more than just the physical act. So this is that's the guiding principle here, that you have to be available to marry in order to be married. So when we look at certain messy situations, as you delicately put it, in many cases, people are not free to marry. There's things that are impediments to basically being viewed as a marriage. So there's more involved. So, we do take from this, say, for example, the principle of common law marriage, where, say, the marital act, conjugal act, repeated over an extended amount of time is seen in the eyes of law as a marriage. Now, whether that's seen as a marriage in the eyes of God is another matter. We're not sure. The text is not specific here. But if, say, that both people are basically free to marry, God could perceive that as a bona fide marriage. That is possible, even without an official ceremony. But, again, both partners have to be eligible to be married for that to take place. Otherwise, you're just joining with, basically, as the text says here, a harlot. So, and then you're committing a sin against your own body. in a proper marriage scenario, we have to understand that conjugal act is not seen as being sinful. It's not seen being seen as sinful. So in this particular case, there is in the 1 Corinthians 6:15 context here, it's being, say, shown as something that's outside the parameters of any God-sanctioned marriage. You see, here's the thing. If God saw just the conjugal act as a bona fide marriage, then the act ceases to be sinful. So again, I think this is how we resolve the messy situation here, is that the act alone doesn't resolve the matter. It just makes things worse, makes things messier. And so the act itself makes things messy if it's outside of the confines of a proper marriage. And there are stipulations to a proper marriage that, go beyond, say, just two people getting it on. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's a complicated question, but I think seeing how marriage is viewed through other, say, biblical situations helps relieve the tension of what's going on here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat and really appreciate it. Okay, the next one here. We're getting through these pretty quickly tonight here, so might have lots of time for non-super chats too. Okie dokie. Mouthwash for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Engage with crazy pyramid theories. Found this detailed and technical argument. They were nuclear fission plants. I love it. But gotta admit, it's not likely. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's very, very likely either. Just saying. Yeah, I think there's some issues here with the whole idea of pyramids being nuclear fission plants. But I've seen some crazy suggestions about pyramids. Like, for example, that they are electric generation stations or grain storage facilities. Yeah, obviously they've never walked into one. It'd be a horrible place to store grain. Horrible place. Oh, I mean, pyramids are nasty. Pyramids are so nasty. They're hot, they're humid, they smell bad. You get bats inside of them. I mean, they're just gross. So I just don't get why anyone would think people would want to store food in them. I mean, you kidding me? Bat guano and food, lovely combination. Everyone wants a little bit of bat guano to spice up their grain. Gross. Oh yeah, Jack Race is like gym locker room bad. Yeah, worse. Oh wow, it's bad. I mean, people keep asking me, hey, when I want to go out to Egypt and I'm with a tour group, which by the way we're still plowing ahead with. So we are planning a tour of Egypt in early 2025. So in a year's time, we might be doing Ancient Egypt and the Bible tour. But when I am on tour, some people will sometimes ask, hey, want to go into a pyramid with me? It's like, not really. Oh, they are they're tight, they're cramped, they smell bad. Ew. Just really awful places. So, I mean, for example, Yeah.
And they did.
Who? What? Oh, the Batcave? Batman? Yeah, it's just terrible. It's just awful. Pyramids are awful places. I mean, it's bad enough that I mean, now some pyramids are nicer to go in than others. I'll say that. The pyramid of Zoser, if you go in through the 21st Dynasty shaft on the side, is actually pretty nice to walk through. It's not as hot. It's more spacious. You're not cramped. It's actually a nice sort of tunnel to go through, and it's pretty big too. But say you go through the one at Giza, one of Khufu's, and it's cramped. I mean, it's really tight, and it's got a steep incline. I mean, you're sweating like bullets after you come out of a pyramid because you've done a really great workout. So, if you're doing that sort of thing, it's just like you're gonna be sweating bullets because it's that hot. Those pyramids are that hot. They're that nasty. So, oh yeah, musty too. Yep. Pyramids are musty. Yeah. So no, they sorry, Ron Wyatt does not get this one right. There's no way these things served as a granary. Patently ridiculous to think these things served as a granary. I've seen people say it's what's it called now? For pyramid power, because they're on a bed of sand and that's quartz, so quartz is helping to generate electricity, and it's like, no. Yeah, it's bedrock. It's actually limestone bedrock. So yeah, there's at least a lot of them are like crazy. The whole pyramid power thing is really nuts too. I remember in the 1970s when pyramid power was all the fad, and people were doing these experiments, putting sandwiches in various shapes of containers to try to show in the pyramid one that there would be less decay. Well, you know what? The sandwiches rotted just as fast in the pyramid-shaped containers as the other ones. It was still pretty funny, though. Jack Ray asks, do they block cell phone signals inside all that rock? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's very hard to get a cell phone signal through all that rock. Yeah, it's not a place where you're going to get a good cell phone signal. So yeah, and it can really sort of jigger your phone when you're there. So yeah, you if you are going to get a cell phone signal, you're going to get it outside. You won't get it. You will not get it. But that's assuming you're even near a cell pole. Okay, some of those pyramids are actually really far away from cell poles. So, like for example, the one at the Bent Pyramid. Okay, that pyramid is really close to a military base, but not close to a public cell phone. So you're not going to get a good signal there because they're going to jam those signals. So, yeah, there's just not going to be, like, for example, another place that's really bad with a cell phone coverage too is Abu Simbel. You're not going to get good cell coverage at Abu Simbel. I remember when I went there, trying to contact my wife during my stay at Abu Simbel, and it was really difficult. The hotel Wi-Fi was really bad, and there was no cell phone reception. So, yeah. There's just some places in Egypt that just don't have good cell phone reception, and inside a pyramid is one of them. But again, too, some of the outsides of the pyramids don't have great reception either. So, anyway, thank you very much for that question. Okay. Wormius. So the pyramids were made to be cellular dead zones. Well, they are cellular dead zones, whether or not they were intended to be or not. Okay. Let's see what's the next one here. Back here. Ish. Let's see here. Mouthwash for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Controversy over the Cromer Mound. What exactly is the Cromer Mound? That sort of Indonesian quote pyramid that they claim to discover? That one up. That one I'm not quite familiar with. Cromer. Look this up on the computer just a second. Deal with Cromer Mound. I'll have to probably look into this one because I have not familiar with this controversy. Yeah, this one doesn't ring a bell. Okay. I think I'll have to look this one up, unless it's talking about the Cromer dump. Debris. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look this one up and do this one because this one does not ring a bell for me. But you might be talking about the Cromer dump, but not exactly sure here, and I'm not really sure what the controversy is over it. So I'll have to probably give this one a miss and read up a little bit more on the week, but we might comment on it again next week after I've done a little bit of reading. So yeah, I don't know exactly what the controversy is. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Sorry we couldn't be more help on this one. So okay, the next one here is from Matthew Harrell for $4.99. He says, "My daughter Isabel is here and healthy. Thank you very much for your prayers." Oh, our pleasure. And congratulations. Awesome. Awesome to hear. A new theologian born to the world. You'll be teething her on the Friday night episodes of Ancient Egypt in the Bible. Yes, congratulations, seriously, because it's really, really nice to see that your daughter has come into the world healthy, and praise God, and congratulations, and thank you very much for the super chat as well. Ancient Egypt in the Bible baby merch. Empty conjectured toys, empty conjectured baby dolls. Ooh, I'm not sure about that one. Whoa, boy. Somebody asked me once if I would be willing to do an empty conjectured children's book. That's like, I'm not sure you really want that. Scare your child and instill bad values in your children. Answer every teacher's question with "could be." Yeah, I really don't think that Mr. Empty Conjecture is a good role model for children. Milo, marketable plushie, could be. Oh no. But I was seriously asked if I would make a children's book with Mr. EC, and it's like, uh, 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 I'm not sure that would be a good idea. Just saying. Oops. Jack Ray says they made Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine toys. Well, that might be, but as I said, I don't think I want to contribute to the delinquency of a baby with a mystery C murder toys. I mean, Mr. EC is a narcissistic scamp, but that's it. I don't know if I want to instill those values in children. Darkblade says, or a Amenhotep II was not reigning in 1446 BC. Welcome, Matt. That one we might do. That one's okay, but oh. Jack Ray, I cough, laugh my water up my nose. He says, my sinuses hurt now. Yeah. Yeah, may Matthew Harrell's daughter be blessed. But I don't think it would be a good idea for Mr. EC's children book. When I heard that, it's like, have you watched the show? Have you watched what Mr. EC's like? Oh boy. I've Morbius. Oh. Let's see, Wormius is. Wormius, a welcome mat that says, "Are we home?" Could be. Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, I couldn't believe somebody actually suggested that we do a children's book with Mr. EC. I was just like, you know, it was bad enough when he was playing with the D&D game. I mean, that was that was awesome. That was so awesome. But still not a great role model for a child. Okay, that was fun. Let's get on to the next super chat here. Okay, let's see if I can find it here. Where we left off. Yes, Jack Ray, it was a publisher. Yeah, there was a publisher that specialized in children's books. So, yeah, that would not have been something I think I would have Okay, Jack Ray gave us another 10 memberships again. Thank you very much, Jack. Okay, JCM for $5 here. Thank you for the super chat. At Daniel 10:18, does Gabriel admit to being the cause of the Greco-Persian War? That's a good question. Daniel. Daniel questions tonight. Daniel 10:18. All right. Now, it does look like this has to do with Cyrus, king of Persia, message revealed to Daniel, who is named Belshazzar. For bank. Let's start here. Verse 12. He said to me, this is an angel talking to Daniel, do not be afraid, Daniel, for from the first day that you set your heart on understanding this and on humbling yourself before your God, your words were heard, and I've come in response to your words. But the prince of the kingdom of Persia was withstanding me for 21 days. Then behold, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, for I have been left here with the kings of Persia. Now, it's talking about spiritual entities here, not actual Persians. Now I have come to give you an understanding of what is happening to your people in the latter days. Verse 17, for how can such a servant of my Lord talk with such as my Lord? As for me, there remains just now, no strength in me, nor has any breath been left in me. Then this one with human appearance touched me again and strengthened me. So I think you mean actually 10:13, but that's neither here nor there. I think here that this is not talking about the Greco-Persian War. It's really talking about battles of heavenly beings. This is really what's being talked about here. So I think that's okay. So in short, it's not really talking about the Greco-Persian War. Now, it could be that the Greco-Persian War is a side effect of, say, the greater spiritual value. We do know that happens. Like, for example, in Zechariah, it talks about how angelic beings take peace from the earth. So angelic beings could be responsible for many of these movements of human beings fighting it out. So it's not strictly talking about the actual creation of wars, in particular the Greco-Persian War. It is talking about spiritual entities, though, and the conflict of heavenly powers. But this is we also know that heavenly powers can disrupt the peace of planet Earth and cause nations to go to war with each other. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Right. And let's see what's next here. Andrew Graham, Mr. EC would give a child nightmares. I wouldn't want to be woken up to a could be. Nobody wants to be woken up to that. Moving on here. Okay. Up here. 5. Again, another thank you to Jack Ray for his 10 gifted memberships. Okay, Stand Fast for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, thoughts on gospel authorship. Okay. I generally maintain the traditional authorships of the Gospels. Now, one of the things we need to realize when we talk about gospel authorship is the early church fathers were under no delusions as to who was in charge or who was doing, say, writing at their time. Okay? From the earliest church fathers, we do see that there's a variety of church fathers that are discussing the various gospels, and they do seem to all come to a, say, consensus over authorship. And I think that consensus is very early on. That consensus is like at least in the 2nd century. So, once you've got a consensus that's that early, I think you have to pay attention then to the fact that everybody knew Luke was Luke. Everyone knew that the Gospel of John was written by John, or Mark was written by Mark, or Matthew by Matthew. So, you gotta take that, at least that testimony, and give that as at least some credible evidence. Now, the way, say, books, scrolls were sort of copied in those days is they were copied on scrolls. The codex, we have some early versions of the codex, but say our earliest basically scrolls of the Gospels would have been on papyrus. And it appears, and when you have a papyrus, you don't generally put them in codexes, you roll them up in scrolls. And then you would write the name of the book on the outside of the scroll, so you know what your scroll contains. So the whole idea here that scroll, people would mix up the scrolls is would be ridiculous. So this is how they kept track of who wrote what. It was written on the outside of the scrolls. So when they made a copy, they would just say on the Gospel of Luke, write Luke on the outside. So it'd be very easy to keep track of gospel authorship under those circumstances. So my thoughts are, as far as the authorship goes, that they are properly the gospel authors are being properly ascribed to, and I don't see any reason to doubt otherwise. So that's my thought on gospel authorship. There is some controversy over when it was done, but then again, too, that's going to come down to, most scholars are even now today going to say all the gospels were written in the 1st century these days. The whole idea that the authors were, it was say written in the 2nd century is pretty much out of date thinking now. So that's sort of my thought on gospel authorship. I think they were properly ascribed to the right authors, and that just comes out of the textual traditions of the time. And that does seem to be bore up by the fact that the early church fathers also seem to know who the authors are as well. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Here is from BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Is lust acceptable within marriage? Can we look at the original word per Matthew 5:28? Can a man look lustfully at his wife? Right, let's take a look at that passage, Matthew 5:28. In trouble at all. Good thing I flagged these as not for children. Okay. Matthew 5:28. But I say to you that everyone who looks on a woman to lust for her has committed adultery with her already in his heart. All right. Now, the Greek here, epithumeo, is to desire or particularly lust after. Okay? The issue here is there's a presumption here in the Greek that this is not a woman you already possess. And I mean that in, say, the marriage form of possession, as in to have and to hold for richer, poor, sickness, health, better or worse. So, in this context, you can't lust after something you already have. Okay? So, if you're married, you can't technically lust after your wife. You already have her as a marriage partner. You can sexually desire, but that's not what's meant here by lust. Okay? It's to covet. It's to covet. It's the same thing as in the Old Testament when it says, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, thy neighbor's servants, manservants, donkey, or anything that your neighbor has." Okay? So this is a commandment against coveting as much as it is against, say, adultery. So it's basically saying that, you know, the lust here is a form of coveting, something you don't already have. So under this rubric, it's impossible to lust after a wife because it's not coveting. So, you know, that's going to be a very, very important dynamic here. So it's just a definitional problem as well. So the question would be, is lust acceptable within marriage? And the answer would be no. Because lust, that desire for something you don't already have, would be to look outside of your marriage. That's why it's adultery. Because you're desiring something outside of what God has given you in a marriage partner. So, well, that's okay. Let's go to Andrew Graham's follow-up question here, because I think it's a good question. And Andrew Graham goes, hasn't he already lustfully looked before he proposed? Well, it depends. It depends. It's possible, but it's possible that they didn't. You know, we're talking about here in the days of arranged marriages. There are times when the married couple didn't even meet until the engagement. So that's a depend. You know? But again, this is not talking about, and frankly, if the marriage is already arranged or the proposal is accepted, then, you know, that's not lust, because you've made the down payment, as it were. You know, when you give the ring, that's to use an analogy, that's the down payment on, say, the contract. Okay? At that point, you better want the item you just purchased. Okay? That you put the down payment on. There's a difference here between want, desire, and lust. The lust that's being mentioned here is something that you have or you don't have but want to possess. Okay? So that's why this is it. Matthew 5:28 does not apply to a man and woman in a marriage covenant. It doesn't apply to them. There's no way to make this apply to it unless you really, really taking things out of its context. So it's basically, you can't do it. You can't do it within a marriage covenant. That remains within the marriage covenant. And that's the important proviso here. This is if as long as things stay in the marriage covenant, this isn't lust. This is a man and woman doing what God told them to do. So no, this has nothing at all to just do with desire. It's a desire after. It's a pursuit of what you don't have. And that's a very, very different thing. Again, in a marriage, in a proper marriage, the man and the wife is supposed to be giving themselves to each other. This is supposed to be voluntary. And, you in the technical terminology here, you can't lust after your wife. It's an impossibility. Now, if the marriage is dissolved, that's different. But up until that point, it's something that they're talking about. The text here is talking about somebody pursuing someone that isn't their wife. So that's really the context of all of this. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's a great question, and I'm glad you asked that. Okay, the next one here is from Addison Weir. Good to see you. For $1.99, thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, Merry early Christmas. Well, thank you. St. Nick is watching you. He knows if you've been naughty or nice. Well, this is the last live stream before Christmas. So we do want to wish everyone who's watching a Merry Christmas. We will be doing a live stream again next week at the same time, same place. So we're not taking a break off for the Christmas week. And for those of you who are Orthodox celebrating in January, we want to wish you a Merry Christmas at that time as well. I know there are some Orthodox out there who celebrate both Gregorian and Julian calendar Christmases. Okay. We also want to remind everyone, too, that we're not taking a break off for New Year's Day either, because we got that scrumptious popcorn review coming up on January 1st at 8 p.m. So we hope everyone comes here for that. All right, so Merry Christmas to you, Addison, and to everyone else on the channel. One here. Addison Weir for $4.99. He wants me to say that I declare Mr. EC to be the greatest role model of all time. No, he's not. There's no way he's a great role model. He's a bad influence. All I have to do is put on that sock puppet every time, and I can tell you he's a bad influence. I've never seen a sock so weirdly made on the inside. Talk about twisted in knots. Whoa. It's the strangest sock I've ever come across. I mean, it's a perfect sock for a sock puppet, but wow, that was a strange sock. I'm not going to post that one. As much as I agree with the sentiments. Okay, let's see where we picked up here. Okay, JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Last super chat. Sorry for the spam. Well, super chats aren't spam. Do you think the Sudarium of Oviedo is also a misunderstood artifact? I've never heard of this artifact. This is one of those that I just have not heard of. Let's see if I can look it up. Sudarium of Oviedo. Came up. Oh, okay. Yeah. This is one of the... Okay, now I know which one you're talking about here. Yeah. This is one of the... I mean, unfortunately, there are several of... This is on the same sort of things as you find the, say, the Shroud of Turin. It's one of the claimed burial cloths of Jesus Christ. And this one's claimed to have covered the face. So, I've heard of this one. I've seen this one, but I would have my doubts about this one as well. Now, do I think it's a misunderstood artifact in the same way as the Shroud of Turin? And I'd say probably likely to be. It does strike me that it's the same sort of, ghostly image painting on a piece of cloth. I think in this particular case, this has been maybe part of a larger cloth that had been cut apart. So, it's possible. It's possible. There's many of these floating around Europe, unfortunately. So, this is one of those things where we just kind of have to be circumspect about this, and we just kind of have to say, okay, what's the probability here of these artifacts being genuine? And they can't all be genuine. They just can't all be. I mean, how many linens was Christ wrapped in? I mean, okay, yeah. There would have been one burial cloth, maybe one face cloth, But, he's not going to be wrapped up like the Michelin Man, okay? It's not like bundling some little kid for his first snowfall, and you put 12 layers of clothing on him, okay? Okay, so some of these have got to be fake. Some of them do. They can't all be the burial clothes of Jesus. I mean, that's just common sense. So I think it's sort of okay. We're going to have to start weighing these, and evidentially, and seeing even if there's, I mean, just because most of them are going to be either a misunderstood artifact or, say, a forgery of some kind, because they can't all be. Okay, they can't all be true. But then that begs the question, that demands the question to be asked, are any of them true? Are any of them going to be true? So, again, this is going to be, I think this is one of those things where, again, we have to sort of keep our rationality and common sense here, because, and critical thinking skills, because there's just too many of them in Europe. It's too many of them. Oh yeah, there were. I mean, if it is a misunderstood artifact, like I think the Shroud of Turin is, where it's a Eastern Orthodox shroud, then there could have been many of them made. Many of them made. Many of those Eastern Orthodox traditions go way far back, even before the earliest recorded writings of them. So it's very possible that the Sudarium of Oviedo is basically a misunderstood artifact. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, Asin Weir here for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you have a PS5? If so, have you played the Spider-Man games? Just got all of them recently, the console and the games, and they're great. Smiling face. Well, wonderful. I don't have a PS5. In fact, I've never owned a gaming console of any kind. Yeah, I know. It's like almost all the games I played have been on PC. And I've never played Spider-Man. Okay, I've never played Spider-Man. It just, I have those sort of games that I really, really like. I really like Bethesda games. I do like, there's other games I like too, but I'm a big Bethesda fan. Mostly because I like the sort of genres that they produce. So, I like playing from my desk, honestly. So for me, I don't have much room here for a console, although if I had one. Oh yeah, that's how I play Starfield, is on PC. Yeah. So I don't I don't have a console for Starfield. I play on PC. So, and that's, I mean, I enjoy it. I still play Starfield. I know some people were disappointed by it, but still play it. I actually really like it. I try to get a couple minutes in every night, but I sometimes can't do it because I'm just so overwhelmed with work here. Work here being full-time YouTube work, but but I really have enjoyed playing Starfield. I still enjoy playing Fallout, and I still enjoy playing Skyrim. One game I still play on occasion is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. That's a 20-year-old game now. 30-year-old. I don't even know how old it is now. I mean, that's an old game. I guess it's 30-year-olds, closer to 30 now. But love that game. Still do. It aged very well. Yeah, you could use it as a map for Los Angeles too. At least Los Angeles 30 years ago. Yeah, so I generally play all the games I play on PCs. So yeah. Anygun, while it's older than me, yeah, it's an old game. It's a really old game. So but yeah, I do very much enjoy that game. Very much enjoy the game. So I generally, as I say, play everything I do on PCs, and I just don't own a controller, and I never have what's it called now, console, and I never have so far. So well, I have a controller. Here's my controller. That's the one I use. But yeah, it took me a little while. Jack Ray says, anyway, console controllers don't work well with arthritis. I've had arthritis issues since I was 20. I only just recently, like in the last year, started using a controller. Part of it was I was getting carpal tunnel. So for me, actually, the console provided some relief from the carpal tunnel. So, from the tendinitis. So for me, the controller actually was an ergonomic relief. It was an ergonomic relief. Yeah, I also have ergonomic mouse as well. That's my mouse. So for me, it's just some of it is the fact that I've got a desk that's probably 2 inches too high. So I had I have to give my hands a rest at times because the desk is 2 inches higher than it should be. So I don't have a typing tray on this desk because of its design. It's one of those weird origami folding desks. So it's highly portable should I ever need it to be. But the downside of it is that you just don't have a typing tray on it. So your hands are always on the top of the desk when you type. This is not great for tendinitis. So anyway, that's the reason why I use a controller in games and have an ergonomic mouse. It's just to give the wrists relief. But yeah, I still do most of my games on PC, and that's I actually really like doing it on PCs. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I don't know if I'll ever get a control or a console, but it's not a huge priority for me either. Okay. Aaron Richard for $10. Thank you for the super chat. When would you say the Hebrew scriptures were compiled, edited, or distributed? Does that time period factor into the context and meaning from the author? It depends on which one. They were gradually compiled, edited, and distributed. Okay. It does seem that, say, the Hebrew scriptures were originally sort of collected edited and compiled, depending on which one, of course, okay, through the temple ritual, as it were. Basically, temple vetting. Or tabernacle in the case of, say, the Pentateuch. Okay? So it looks like what happened was that scribes would gather together the prophetic writings, which ones ever they were, and then do whatever editing they needed to do, and then make copies. For example, it looks like, say, the Pentateuch was a compilation of Moses' papers. And basically, the scribes are just adding little pieces of text to sort of string them together. So making a bigger work out of a bunch of smaller works. And that's perfectly acceptable, you know. So, the time period and context and meaning from the author is really going to depend upon what the purported context is. So you're going to have some scriptures that, I mean, for example, you've got Moses writing from Egypt all the way onto the edge of the Promised Land. You're going to have, say, Joshua writing about the conquest. You're also, say, in the Book of Kings, you're going to get a compilation that occurs after the Israelites go into exile. And as such, it's going to look back onto the deeds of the kings with that sort of presentist vision of, hey, we're in exile now. And the same thing can be said also for the post-exilic prophets as well. So a lot of that is going to depend upon when the documents were written, who wrote them, where they were written, and under what circumstances and vetting they were written. So, it's going to really depend. We do seem to be aware, though, that, say, by 200-ish BC, all the scriptures were already compiled together and were already being translated into Greek via the Septuagint. So that's sort of a kind of a terminus for when the Hebrew scriptures were, at least the final compilation had to be before then at some point. That doesn't mean they were written at that time. It does mean, though, that they were translated and that translation was distributed at that time. How much earlier than that is a matter of conjecture, but I would say that probably Malachi is probably the final of those Old Testament texts that were written. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. I think JP for $2. Thank you for that super chat. And he asks, do you think Mary could be a source for Luke? Yes, I do. I think Mary was very likely a source for Luke. Luke used lots of sources. So I don't think there was a source that Luke really turned his nose up at. So I think, I mean, it's very likely that he had access to Mary. I think it's highly possible that he talked to Mary. And I think it's very likely that she was one of his sources. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helped. Okay. Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He said, in light of my previous super chat, guess why I wasn't here last week? You were playing video games? You were playing hooky! You truant. Hard to know who's a worse influence, you or Mr. EC. Maybe that explains where Mr. EC was last week. He was probably at your place playing Spider-Man. Man, you two are just little scamps, aren't you? Then you probably went out clubbing afterwards. You and Mr. EC jet setting and clubbing. Can't trust anyone around Mr. EC. Bad socks corrupt good morals. Put that on a t-shirt. Bad socks corrupt good morals. Yeah. Yeah, I can pretty much guess. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, JCM for $2. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, do you believe the flood was global or regional? I believe it doesn't matter. Honestly. I don't think it matters one whit. And I don't have an opinion on this. I can see arguments on both sides of this issue. Okay, I can see both sides of this issue have reasonable arguments. I think both sides of this have scripturally supportable arguments. But I also don't think it's the point of the text either. Okay? The point of the text is not to affirm whether the flood was global or regional. It's really a continuation of that whole, say, sacred ritual of creation. The flood is basically the ark. Noah's Ark was essentially a sacralizing converter. It's basically a big box used to make something ritually clean. Okay, that's the point of the narrative. Is that Noah, his family, the animals are being made ritually clean for a new inaugurated world. Whether that's global or regional, don't know. Don't know. Don't have an opinion on this. And it's one of those things that I think by really getting into that debate sort of misses the point of the text. And anytime you miss the point of the text, something's gone off the rails. This is kind of why I am such a stickler to, the primary meaning. Get the primary meaning first. Then you can have that debate after. If you're not getting the primary meaning correct when you start reading the text, you've got some issues, or you're going to have some issues. You're going to get sidetracked, diverted. You're going to go off the rails. This is why I'm just not into the whole compatibilist, basically, or sort of concordant readings kind of thing. The whole trying to make it compatible with science, I think, just goes off the rails. Because you sooner or later are going to do interpretations that sort of miss the point of the text. I don't think that's responsible teaching. I think responsible teachers confine themselves to the text. They confine themselves to the text. Now, I'll fully admit that I think the flood happened. I think it happened. Do I have a opinion on whether it was regional or global? No. But I think it happened. To what scope? Don't know. But it misses the point. The scope of that misses the point of what the text is talking about. So, this is why I don't get dogmatic about this. I think there's more than enough good arguments on either side to go either way on this one. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, I'm getting close to the end of the super chats here, and then we'll go to non-super chats. Oh, Christian Mawis for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He says, I'm frustrated with conservative scholars who seem more interested in apologetics. Are there conservative-leaning moderate scholars you recommend? For what? Most scholars that I know, conservative scholars that is, aren't interested in apologetics. So I'm not sure which ones you're talking about here. Most of conservative scholarship has little or no interest in apologetics whatsoever. In fact, I think this is one of the problems I kind of have with them, is they have no interest in communicating to laity. Most of the conservative scholars that I know stay in their ivory towers, never talk to laity, never communicate with the masses. They want their ideas to stay private, or I should say, in that academic sphere, and not disturbed by interfacing with the world. You can find actually tons and tons of scholars that have no interest in apologetics. That's easy. It's finding the ones that have some interest in taking the hay from the loft down to where the cows are, where they can eat it. That's the issue. Now, I'm not saying here that apologetics is bad, okay? And I'm not saying that those who feel that they're just dedicated to ivory tower existence are bad. But one really outweighs the other. My problem with more, say, the apologetic sphere is that it's mostly run by volunteers. And there are no scholars that are engaging apologists to make better apologists. And I think that's a problem. Because we're not getting any trickle down. The education isn't being trickled down. And yeah, I think that's an issue. I think that's a real issue. If you're seeing conservative scholars that are mostly interested in apologetics, then I think you need to broaden your reading a little. Because most of them, I'll give you one example. Darrell Bach. I think he is best known for his commentary on Romans. Great guy, love him. But he doesn't engage common people very often. So there's a lot. I mean, you could just keep going on about this. D.A. Carson, great scholar on the Gospel of John. Not very good with talking to the common guy. Not very good at it. So, I can just keep naming off conservative scholars that have no interest in apologetics. Because that's not what they're into. That's not their area of engagement. And you'll find, you can go through, say, a book of say, a catalog from any conservative seminary, and you'll find it full of people who have no interest in apologetics. That's easy to find. Jack Ray Commoners. Poof. Yeah, that's... unfortunately, that does seem to be kind of the attitude. Is, some of them will even say, okay, I'll train pastors. And the pastors will then teach the laity. That isn't working, because the ball's being dropped. The pastors are dropping the ball. So, I'd say if you want to see scholars that are not interested in apologetics, it's easy to find. Just start going through seminary catalogs, faculty lists, okay? And then buy their books. That's the easiest way to do this. So, I mean, I could only name a handful of academics that are really interested in apologetics. Even the ones that run apologetic programs are very, very rarely actually doing apologetics. John Feinberg. He's a great scholar. He runs an apologetics program. Does he do apologetics? Not that often. So yeah, I really think you can find, it's easier to find a moderate scholar that doesn't do apologetics than to find a conservative scholar that does it, essentially. So that's what I would say. If that's what you're looking for, it's easy to find. Just pick up, say, Dallas Theological's faculty list, or Trinity International University's faculty list, or some other schools' theological, say, faculty list. And you'll find tons and tons of names there that will do exactly what you want. Matthew Horrell, is Mr. EC an apologist? Could be. Well, he does have a lot to apologize for. Let's say that. Again, he's not a role model. Darkblade, rule number 1 of the Council of Patricians: speak only to other patricians. Plebeians are their own universe. Yeah, I don't like that attitude. I don't like that attitude. I've seen a lot of that attitude, but I don't care for it. I honestly don't. I think our educations are a gift from God. They're a gift from God, and they're a gift that should be used for the strengthening of the body of believers. That's why we did this YouTube channel. We did this YouTube channel because nobody else was doing what we were doing. Nobody else is picking up the weight, picking up the slack. And we've discovered some uncomfortable truths as we've done this too. That the Ivory Tower doesn't want us to do this. Prefers us not to. The Ivory Tower would rather us not get involved. So it's like Ertepek says, my 16-month-old is highly amused with Mr. EC. Oh, watch that child. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Andy Gone Wild says, with the apostasy rates we're seeing, we need good scholarship going to lay people, and I agree. That's why we're doing this. This is why we're taking our Fridays out. I mean, heck, we could be good. My wife and I could be going to dinner, having a good time on Fridays. No, we're having a good time here with our people, teaching, helping people grow in their faith, bringing some of that scholarship down to people so that they can benefit from it. Again, this is a gift from God. My education was a gift from God. I couldn't have done it on my own. I mean, if certain miraculous things hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here today. I recognized God was guiding my education. Because of that, I have a debt that I have to basically pay to the church. Basically, help raise new leaders. Because we're failing in doing this. We're failing in bringing, the knowledge to people, to Christians, so they can grow in faith, and they can become elders, who will then become pastors someday. And the chain carries on. It's the responsibility of church leadership to raise new leaders. And it's the responsibility of leaders to raise up new laity. It's a cycle. Jack Ray, so are the Ivory Tower opponents you speak of more than just ABR? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, these are people who are in our seminaries. These are people who are in our seminaries who would rather I just stay quiet and, not. I mean, oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 My producer said, we got this a little bit with my book on the Ark of the Covenant, which is they didn't want me to publish dates. They wanted me just to publish names, no dates, because the dates could make somebody upset. But that's the point, is that the iconography locks it into a certain date. I know people in seminaries who really think I should not be on YouTube. I should not be on YouTube. They think I should be, just, doing it the old-fashioned way, paying my dues as an assistant professor, work for tenure, do what the dean tells me to research, and in maybe 20 years I might have the right to have an opinion. Yeah, that's I mean, not only is that, say, hedge protection, there's a certain amount of hedge protection in that attitude. It's also it's kind of the old model of, say, the bucket of crabs, where one crab gets free, tries to swim out, and the others try to pull it back down. It's like, you should go through the same pain I did in struggling for tenure and notoriety. It's just like, yeah, it's a kind of professional jealousy. It really is. No. DC says, in other words, it's the Bembridge scholars. In many respects, yeah. Yeah, in many respects, it's kind of like the Bembridge scholars. It's the whole idea that you didn't pay your dues. You didn't pay your dues, and therefore we want to tear you down because you didn't pay your dues. So that's really what it is. But as I said, we have a debt. We have a debt that we owe God because he gave us the education to do this. So we're doing it without the approval of some seminary professor out in certain places I'll keep nameless. Okay? Now, on the other hand, too, we've also had the opposite reaction, too. There has been some seminary professors that are thrilled with the work we're doing. I'll name one, is Steve Ortiz. He's absolutely thrilled with what we're doing. He thinks the whole idea of us, talking about archaeology and the Bible on YouTube is fantastic. He gets students in his class who get all energized over it. So he's thrilled with it. But and I think some of it is just that it's an older generation. Seminaries are still dominated by that older generation who doesn't understand social media, does not understand the importance of YouTube. YouTube is the most important media of this generation, bar none. There's no media that has a greater reach right now than YouTube. If we're not on there communicating scholarship and these ideas about the Bible, it's not going to get out. It's just not going to get out. We did a calculation on this channel where we calculated the number of instructional hours. Now, Andy, you've gone by YouTube is the studies are in. YouTube is much ahead of TikTok even still. like 70% of basically people under 30 watch YouTube. It's more like 30% for TikTok. But we did the actual calculation of hours, instructional hours. Now here's what it is, how this is calculated. You get let's say you do full-time teaching. So, and your class averages around 50. That's huge for a full-time teaching load, okay? And you basically say you got 39 hours of classroom instruction. So you take that 39, you multiply it by the number of students, multiply that by the number of classes, and then multiply that by 2 semesters. Okay? And that gets you an idea of how many instructional hours take place. And instructional hours are seen as how many students are getting that time. Okay. Well, we have done the equivalent in 3 years of YouTube, the equivalent instructional hours of 14 years of full-time academic teaching. YouTube is a huge bang for the buck. Huge bang. For every hour I invest in YouTube, we get the equivalent of, say, 6 or 7 in watch time. It's just crazy, absolutely crazy how much return we get for our investment in YouTube. It's just unbelievable. So it's just, we think that this is the future. This is the future of communicating theology to the church. Which is why we've pretty much ignored what my peers say. And we did it our way. We did it the way we thought would be most effective. Oh yeah, it's free on Stories and Poems as well. 14 years of knowledge is amazing. That's dope. Yeah, it is dope. It's totally dope. When I went to the Evangelical Theological Society's conference this year, we had people recognizing us in the halls. People who'd never heard of us, well, we'd never heard of, came up to us and said, "Hey, I saw you on YouTube. Love your stuff." We also saw some that were sort of green with envy too. Okay, that's you can't help that. You can't help that. But we believe it's important for the mission of the church. And I wish sort of more people in the ivory tower had that opinion. Of course, some of them are not going to be good at YouTube, because some of them are going to be like watching paint dry. They don't make good viewing. You do need to have a certain personality to do YouTube in this way. But we think this mission is that important that we're going to be here every Friday. We're going to still be making Monday videos. Fingers crossed I get one out for Christmas. Trying, but we may not make that. But we're going to be doing our best to keep the content coming out on a consistent basis, because we believe it's important for the mission of the church. And anyone else who wants to learn along the way is more than welcome to join us. Which is why we don't just cater to Christians. We also do an education that is, say, useful to atheists, to Muslims, to basically people who believe in, say, new religious movements. We're an educational channel. So we believe it's very, very important to keep doing this, in spite of what my peers may think. Their opinion doesn't matter to me that much. Okay? So, anyway, I want to thank you for that question. I think we have a few more super chats that just came in. Let's get back to it. Okay. The next one here is from BC for $10 Australian. And he asks, What do you think of the idea that Mary had daughters but no other sons? Hence the emphasis on Jesus' sisters. Matthew 13:56, and him giving her John as a replacement son at the crucifixion. Okay. The text does say adelphoi, which is the masculine plural. Okay. Now there is an emphasis on Jesus' sisters. But there's also, when you get a masculine plural like that, it's generally brothers and sisters. So it's one of those, Greek is one of those languages where if you have 99 sisters and one brother, it's brothers. Okay. Sorry, ladies. Greek is not a politically correct language. Okay. As much as translators are trying to make it seem so today, it's not. You know, if you have 1,000 women and, you know, one man, it's a group of men. Dark Blaze said Latin also does that. Yeah, and so does Hebrew. Hebrew also does that. So this is very, very common in old languages. That if you have one masculine and a million feminine, it's a masculine group. So this is just something that you just need to expect out of. But the text is emphatic about the sisters, and one of the interesting things, as I said, about sisters is it's a really restricted term. So because it's such a restricted term, there's very little wiggle room in it. But it seems likely that it was both brothers and sisters. Okay? So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Does Egyptian also do that? Yes, it does. Yeah, it seems to be something that's very common in ancient languages. You know, in Egyptian, again, if you have, say, and this is Darkblade's question. In Egyptian, it's also the same. If you've got, say, a group of 10 women and one man, it's also a group of men. So that's just something that just seems to be true of ancient languages. So anyway, thank you for that follow-up question. It's a great question. Alrighty, and next one here. Okay, JM for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is your stance on what the Nephilim are? Okay. My stance on the Nephilim is that they are the products of priestly castes that broke sacred vows. That's my view on this. That's because what we have, for example, in Genesis 6 is the daughters, so the sons of God and the daughters of Adam. Okay, so it looks like some sort of ancestor cult. So I think basically what the Nephilim are is basically a cursed offspring of priests that broke sacred vows. Very similar to what we find in Sargon of Akkad, where he's the offspring of a Naditum priestess who broke her vow. And this seems to be a common theme amongst, say, these priestly castes, that while they're in an active service, they can't break those vows. Otherwise, really bad things are said to happen. Now, it didn't always happen, but they were afraid of it enough that they did write about it on occasion. So, that's what I think the Nephilim are. I don't think they're demons. I don't think they're angel-human hybrids. I think they are, say, cursed for their parents' disobedience. They're basically reaping the consequences of what their parents did. And this does seem to be common to basically themes of, say, judgment and of the ancient world. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. BC for $2 Australian. Can we start a database of false teachers? Hey, you're free to do whatever you want. Hey, if you want to do that, go ahead. Um, there's other programming projects I would like to do. Okay. So, if you want to do that, feel free. But yeah, I've got too much. I got lots of stuff I need to do. I still got to get that book proposal done and out. So, So yeah, I think I'm going to give that one a miss myself. But hey, you're free to do it. There's a whole. I mean, there may be people out there that benefit from it. You never know. But again, you'd have to be very cautious on how you do it. But it could be done. I can see how it could be done. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, if you want to do that, go ahead. I mean, I had considered once doing a database of new religious movements, but I never got it off the ground. So, for me, it was just more or less not that. It just looked like it was going to be a lot of work to do, especially when you start getting into how many of these things there are. There's a lot of false teachers out there. A lot of them. I think in California, there's something like 10,000 false messiahs. Yeah. That sounds conservative, yeah. But there's like at least 10,000 people who identify as Jesus Christ or the coming of the Messiah running around California all by itself. So you're going to be spending a lot of time doing this if you do this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Johan Snyman for, I think that is South African, 35 South African. He goes, "Hi, Dr. Falk. I'm sorry. Would you mind explaining once again why the genealogies of Genesis 5 and 11 likely have gaps and why the names represent clans?" Okay. We have covered this already in several videos. So I would point you back to the one we did on extreme old ages in the Bible and why we understand things the way we do. Okay. Now, in the case of, say, like, for example, Genesis 11, 5 and 11, we know have gaps. First of all, because of the genealogy we find in Luke, where it adds an extra member, Canaan. That member is absent from the genealogies we find in Genesis. The second thing is, Exodus 6, the genealogy of Moses in Genesis 6, is only three generations. And yet, those generations are said to have made the people numerous and mighty in the land. Well, you're not getting that for 3 generations. I'm sorry. That just doesn't work mathematically. Demographics doesn't work that way. Okay? There's also the fact that, too, that we notice that for some generations are, like, for example, it's 2 generations between Terah and Isaac. And yet we find 4 generations between Terah and Rebekah. So it's very, very likely some of these lesser important intermediaries were omitted. Third is there are places in the Bible where the Bible talks about clans as if they were individuals. An example of this is 1 Chronicles 7, where it talks about Ephraim, the tribe of Ephraim, as if it were a person, an individual. And finally, we do have lots and lots of evidence that clans can survive 900 years. And we do know that the Israelite society was obsessed with clans. It mentions it all the time. In fact, if you see the word family in the Bible, it's almost, especially in the Old Testament, it's almost always the word for clan, a mishkapet. So there's a lots of reason to conclude that Genesis 5 and 11 are likely talking about clans, not individuals. So that's the 50,000-foot summary of this. Okay? So there's, again, more than sufficient evidence for this. So, I mean, you can't go through the Old Testament without running into the word clan. I mean, it's really, really, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere in the Old Testament. It's just our English translations do such a terrible job at translating that, because we aren't a clan society in the English-speaking world, except maybe Scotland and Ireland. That's kind of the two exceptions in the English-speaking world, the whole clan thing. But even for them these days, many Scottish people and Irish people would think, what's a clan anymore? So I think there's more than enough warrant for this view. More than enough warrant. It's actually probably one of the better warrants, theories we have out there explaining the extended old ages of Genesis 5 and 11. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And I hope that sort of, again, cemented some of this for you. Okay, next super chat here is from Johan Snyman again for 70 South African. Thank you. Also, I heard someone say that even the names presenting generations, Genesis 5 and 11, instead of individuals, that math still adds up to a young Earth. Not sure how to respond to that. Okay. The problem here is something called honorific transposition. It's honorific transposition of the firstborn. Now, we see this at the very last generation of Genesis 5, which is Noah's children, and the very last generation of, say, Terah's children, which is Abraham. In both those lists, we see the most honored son replacing the firstborn in the list. So you see Abraham being moved to the firstborn position, even though he was not the firstborn. In fact, he was probably one of the younger sons. We don't know exactly which order, but we do know from, say, Genesis 12 that Abraham was actually 130 at the time of Abraham's birth, not 75. 75 was the number of the first actual physical firstborn. And then Abraham is replaced with that person in the list. You get that, and you also get that at the for Noah's children too in Genesis 5. So the problem is that because honorific transposition is happening in these clans, we can't be exactly sure when the named son is being born. Only when the biological firstborn is being born. So there's that biological firstborn is ascribed to the father, but the name of the most important person is being slotted in its place. So this becomes a problem. This becomes a problem if you're trying to read Genesis 5 and 11 like a Western genealogy. And that's the problem. That's the crux of the problem, is these are not Western genealogies. These are Eastern genealogies. They follow different rules. So you can't use the math. You can't use the date, the age of when the father became a father to naively add them up and then try to calculate the age of the earth. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for other reasons too. There's a historical reasons why it doesn't work. There's also the fact too that, when you start doing the math on this stuff as well, it leads to certain historical problems, like, for example, the flood happening at the same time as the pyramids, or as the Nakata II civilization. Either one's bad. Either one's very bad, historically. So yeah, it's the math is not going to work. It just isn't going to work. So if you try to treat these things like it's again the problem of trying to read these texts through Western eyes. And that's a perennial problem with a lot of biblical interpretation, is taking a Western context and trying to apply it to the Bible is always going to land you into trouble. So I think we really have to be careful about how we read these texts and make sure that we're reading them according to their rules, not our rules. So if we identify that those texts can't be read in that way, we shouldn't read them in that way. This is why context matters. If we take the historical context, if we take the context of how they're structuring genealogies and why they're structuring genealogies and what they're doing with genealogies, that's how we stay out of trouble. And unfortunately, young Earth advocates don't understand the whole contextual thing. They really are viewing things through a naive, wooden literal Western mindset. They're reading genealogies of the Bible exactly like we would construct a genealogy in the West. And it isn't going to work. It can't work. So, I mean, as soon as you point out that Abraham was not born at age 75, when Terah was 75, this thing falls to bits. And it falls to bits pretty fast. So, I had done a small video on this once, and there was a young Earth creationist who basically, did a response video and basically said I was full of it. And, he tried to maintain the whole Abraham was born at age 75, and it's just like, okay, once you start looking at the texts, you can see this is false. Okay, you can see this is false. And he had to walk this back. He had to really walk it back. I mean, he basically had to say, well, yeah, he's right. But, he still deserved it because he's an old Earth creationist. I'm not born. I'm not an old Earth creationist, so that was super funny, but Jack, no. Abraham was born when was not born when Terah was 75. Okay, it was Terah's age at the time that they were talking about the birth of Abraham. Okay, so yeah, Abraham would have been born when Terah was 130. And so, but if you're taking the Klein interpretation of Abraham too, Abraham might have had an intermediary between their two. So, that cause to beget is also a very vague term in Hebrew. It's very likely that Abraham was Terah's grandson, not his son. So we have to keep that in mind as well. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. I hope that helped, and I hope that explained things. And we really appreciate the support of the channel. Okay. And another one here from Johan Snyman for 35 South African. Very much appreciated. This is a sponsor for anyone else's question. Very Merry Christmas, Dr. Folk, to you and yours, and thank you very much for everything you do. Well, you're most welcome. And Merry Christmas to you as well. We really appreciate you guys supporting the channel. It keeps food on our table. I mean, you're really, at this point, keeping us doing this full time. And we couldn't do it without your support, so we really appreciate it, because without you guys, our rent doesn't get paid, our food doesn't get put on the table, so we really, really appreciate the support. Okay. Which question should we do? Got any opinions on this? Yeah. Point me to one. For a scan here for a good question. Ooh. Okay, I'll take that one then. 848. Okay, going back to here to 848. 848. Okay, Wormius. Okay, here it is. And Wormius asks, what are some good resources for tracking down lesser-known church fathers? Okay, there's actually some excellent resources out there right now. I would first of all go through Migne's volumes. Now, Migne. He was a French publisher. He published as many volumes on the church fathers as he could get his grubby hands on. And I don't know if his hands were actually grubby, but he was not known for publishing high-quality volumes. He published mass amounts. He published over 300 volumes of the Church Fathers, okay, in Greek and Latin. There's a lot of material in Migne that has never seen the light of press outside of Migne. Okay? I would also recommend, say, the CCEL, Calvin College Electronic Library. I think is org, or edu. It's one of those two. There's a lot of stuff on the Church Fathers, also lesser known stuff. They have, of course, the digitized volumes of Philip Schaff, the A&E and PNEF Fathers, all 30 volumes of that. But they also got some lesser known fathers on there as well. So you can find a lot of lesser known fathers there. So there's a lot of material out there. It would help if you know your Greek and Latin, but like you'll need your Greek and Latin if you read Migne. But CCEL will have a lot in English. Again, there's a lot of stuff that still remains. There's also a Catholic series called the Fathers of the Church that will also publish a lot of the lesser known fathers. My only problem with that series is it does sometimes have, the translators do sometimes have an ideological axe to grind. I don't like when translators do that. I think the job of a good translator is to translate. Funny that. I want translators who translate things honestly without particular biases. Which is why I like Schaff stuff. You know, even though Schaff is a Protestant himself, his translations are very balanced. Yeah, Jack Ray says, like reporters actually reporting? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I want translators who translate. I don't want somebody who gives me an ideal, changes the translation for an ideological end. That's why I hate the Passion Translation. The Passion Translation is abomination. Because it has an ideological twisting of the scriptures. Not to mention it's a really poor translation too. So I think I really want my translations to be solid. Good translations using good translational methods. Do you hate the Passion Translation with passion? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone should be using that. It's not even a good paraphrase. It's not even a good paraphrase. If it was, then at least I could like the message. I mean, the message was a good paraphrase. It's not something I would use for study. I don't think it's appropriate for study. But the the message was a really good paraphrase. It did try to get the most out of that in a way that people could understand it. But I also think too that that we can really benefit from good translations. So I do think there's a lot of good resources out there for those who are interested in the Church Fathers. I think there's just, as I say, it's never been a better time to get these. It wasn't that long ago. Still remember some of these, where people were paying something like hundreds of dollars a volume for Migne. Now you can get most of them scanned. Most of them are scanned and available online. So I would highly, highly recommend that if you're looking for, say, Church Fathers that are, say, more obscure, again, I would highly recommend you go to, say, CCELL, if you're an English speaker, and start cutting your teeth on that stuff. If you cut your teeth on that stuff, you'll be busy for a long time. You will not lack for material to read. I don't know how many volumes they have now, but it's a lot. It's a lot. But it'll be nice to see when all this other stuff sort of comes into the public domain too, to be honest. Because there's like something like 500 volumes of the writings of the Church Fathers. It's a lot of material. You will, and some of these guys will write just not very much, like a few pages. Others are voluminous writers. So I'd like to see more translations done of the Church Fathers, but I want them to be legitimate translations too. Not translations with an ideological bent. I want to know what the authors originally said, and then I want to make my own mind up about it. Thank you very much. I'm kind of funny that way. I don't need help understanding the message. Okay? So, I want the straight goods. Okay? But the ones you'll find on CCEL are, as I say, those Jack Ray Passion translation of the Church Fathers. Sometimes. Yep, sometimes. So anyway, thank you very much for that question, and thank you very much for the sponsorship of that question too. We really appreciate it. It helps. It helps to people. So we are glad that our community here is generous enough to sponsor other people's questions as well. Okay. Passion translation of the Church Fathers. Oh, ooh, 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 not good. Ooh, don't go there. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to the next one here. Wrong and strong translation. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that comment from Thomas Perez. Oh, ooh, wrong and strong translation. Yikes. Whew. Okay. All right, let's get to the next super chat here. Let's see. Okay, the next one here is from DC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Would you consider making structured courses we could run in our churches? For example, archaeology of the Exodus with, say, videos and a workbook. Wow. Would I consider it? Yeah, maybe. I also know that putting together a course like that's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. I don't know if I have time to do that. That would require special funding and sponsorship to do that, honestly. Because I'd have to put off other things to get that done. So that would be a very, very difficult feat for me to do. So right now with full time, it's. I mean, you're getting a popcorn review. I mean, it's the first one we've done since September. So, so we are doing it. Oh, Andy Gone Wild. I don't think ABR would like that. Well, that's a reason to do it. I didn't say it's a good reason to do it. That's the sort of reason that Mr. EC would encourage me to do. We have thought in the past about doing structure courses, but again, structure courses are a lot of work. They're a lot of work. The number of people who actually take advantage of them is usually pretty small. So it's not a huge number of people doing it. Because again, it's getting people to respond to it. Is John Steinman, who's ABR? Associates for Biblical Research. That's who ABR is. They're infamous. Extremely infamous. Okay, so anyway, yeah, we've considered doing courses, but again, it'd take a lot of time to do, and we have to then gauge how many people are going to benefit from it. And it comes down to sort of an analysis then on who's going to benefit, how much are they going to benefit, what's going to be the distribution. All those questions are come up at that point. Dark Blade, anything but right. Ooh, burn. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, and they're just continuing on. I mean, it's just, oh yeah, they were. I saw some of their papers at their NES meeting this year, and oh yeah, they're still beating the drums. They're still hoping that Mount Ebal lead amulet's going to work out, and yeah, there was one of them, Abigail, I forget what her name was, who basically, doubled down on Scott Stripling's ceramic typology, and it was kind of cringe. So, yeah. Not good. Not good at all. Okay. Oh, yeah, totally seriously. Yeah, Tom Perez says, oh my gosh, seriously? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. They are doubling down on this thing. It's just really embarrassing. Jack Ray. ABR's new associate is Mr. EC. He's spying on Dr. Falk. Could be. That's the only answer he'll give them, too. Could be. The only good thing about Mr. EC spying on me is he gives everyone the answer could be. The funniest when you give everyone the same could be answer, you're not giving anybody any information at all. All right, I think we should get back to the serious super chats here since we're now heading 11 o'clock. Let's see. Where do we leave off here? Okay. Anyway, BC, thank you for that question. But again, we'd have to really do a proper evaluation of that before even considering it. Starting a project like this. It's a lot of work to do this. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. Okay, BC for 5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Merry Christmas, he says. $5 for half a slice of keto pudding. Well, thank you. We really appreciate it, and we're really grateful for it. And yeah, your contributions here help support this channel, and we really appreciate it. And I'll definitely have some keto pudding. We tend to eat more cheesecake as far as that goes, because it tends to turn out to be cheesecake with a keto appropriate sweetener. It works really well. It works really well. It's one of the few desserts that, well, BC's keto is too expensive. It depends. You don't have to eat expensive. On keto, you can live on hot dogs and olive oil. Really. Hot dogs, olive oil, and cream cheese. You've covered all your nutritional requirements. And, you don't even have to spend any time on it. Basically, I think it's one small packet of cream cheese is your daily requirements. So, I mean, that's, it doesn't have to be expensive. It just doesn't have to be. But, it can be too. It depends on, what you're going on. And frankly, it does very well for my blood sugar. So, my doctor even said, I don't know what you're doing, but keep it up, because my A1Cs were perfect. So, yeah, absolutely. It does not have to be expensive, but it is very, very effective for blood sugar control. So, anyway, back to the super chats here. ABC, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Well, I mean, keto is the reason I'm not a diabetic, but my mother is. So, yeah, I managed to control with diet what my mother couldn't. So, she has to use insulin. Okay, the next one here is also from BC. Thank you very much for the super chat for 5 Australian. Is there some cultural precedent for Christ giving John to Mary as a son? The whole thing stands out as kind of unusual for me. Yeah, there is actually. It's called what's it called now? It's adoption to be caretaker, essentially. I think what the cultural precedence here is that, and you do see this sometimes where adoptions happen for a variety of reasons. Okay, so we see various adoptions, for example, in ancient Egypt, and what we're talking about here is kind of a form of an adoption. Okay? So Mary is basically on her own. Okay, she's widowed at this point. Her children have invariably abandoned her because of her connection to Jesus. She's got no options. She's got no options. Well, why would they have abandoned her? Because everyone was abandoning Jesus. Jesus was not, we have to understand that at the crucifixion, anyone associated with Jesus was considered a criminal. This is why Peter turned tail. This is why Peter goes and runs. This is why the apostles are huddled in the upper room, afraid. Because you've now become associated with a criminal. Somebody who was executed by the Romans. Yeah. Being associated with Jesus was to take on an incredible personal risk. Jesus is not when he says to his disciples, you're going to have to pick up your cross and come follow me. Well, that wasn't That wasn't just exaggerating. That was the reality of living in Roman Judea. That's the reality, that you're basically associated with a criminal now. So that stench of criminality becomes associated with you too. So everybody who was going to be at that cross would have been viewed as a potential criminal. Yeah, Mary's children are going to hightail it. They're going to hightail it because they don't want that. They would rather abandon their mother than stick to hear the music. So yeah, it's this is why what Christ is doing here is arranging an adoption. He's arranging an adoption, and a person in the ancient times could adopt anybody. I mean, adopting adults was normal. So Jesus here is arranging an adoption so that Mary has someone to take care of her. Okay? So that's what's going on in the story. And there's lots of cultural precedent for this. The Romans adopted adult children to become their heirs. We even have a few emperors doing this. So this was common. But that's the reason. Yes, this is the reason. Jesus was a criminal. Mary refused to abandon him, so they abandoned her. So you have this arrangement of an adoption as a caretaker. So that's what's going on here, and there's a lot of cultural precedent for this. We do see this in Egypt, where, say, a slave can be adopted as a son, as a caretaker as well. So it's not even exclusive to, say, the Roman Empire. I mean, it happened in ancient Egypt as well, and adoptions did take place in Israel as well. So lots of precedent for this. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. I hope that helped explain the passage. Thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Jack Ray, thank you again for another 10 memberships. We really appreciate your support of this channel. You've been very, very generous to us this year, and we're so very, very grateful. Thank you so much. Okay, we got a really, really generous super chat here from Nick Felstead for 100 Australian. Thank you so very much. Wow. And he says, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from Australia. Well, thank you so very much. Donations like this really help our channel. And as I say, we depend on this. Now that we've gone full-time, we now depend upon your guys' support to keep a roof over our head, keep the lights on, keep us fed, and we really appreciate it. So very much appreciate your support. Thank you so much for your generosity, and Happy New Year and Merry Christmas to you too. JCM for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. You were been very generous to us tonight. Yes, why are the gospel accounts so randomly different? This is because of something called didactic arrangement. Now, there is a book that's a very good book. It's called The Four Synoptic Gospels. It actually does all the various pericopes of the Gospels in parallel. And the Gospel accounts are basically the way Jewish historians work. It's not like Western historians, where we kind of in the West think that there's only one way to tell history, and that one way is the right way. There's more than one way to tell something like the Gospels, which is sometimes these are arranged for didactic purposes, specifically to teach certain things about, say, the Gospels or the life of Jesus. So this is why the order of the Gospels isn't the same. Sometimes they're being arranged in order for teaching purposes. We find this throughout the corpus of Israelite literature too. So this is not actually exclusive to the Gospels. This is why, for example, like Joshua and Judges are both arranged in didactic order. In the case of Joshua, it's an arrangement of, say, good tribes to bad tribes. Same with the Judges. In Judges, it's good judges to bad judges. So they're trying to show you over time, say, the decay of a society by rearranging the events of history in a didactic order, a teaching order, to prove a point. And many of the Gospels are arranged not, say, in chronological historical order, or even in a, say, a necessarily a what would we call, say, to basically, you know, with the idea that there's only one account in mind, but they are often arranged in order to prove a point, or to, say, take out certain details in such a way as to drive home a point. Like, for example, one of the things is you'll see in, for example, amongst the Gospels, the last words of Jesus, you know, the last words of Jesus. Well, there's different last words. Some of them are to show a didactic, you know, point, like when Jesus says, "It is finished." Now that's you know, to show that the finished work of the cross. And a lot of the Gospels are not going to say what are the last works. They're just going to say Jesus said X, Y, Z, and then died. It's not meant to say with an absolute statement, these are the final words. But it is to show you the cross from a certain perspective. And this is just how, say, Jewish writers wrote, is with a perspective in mind. And a lot of that perspective is based upon, you know, a form of communication, that, you know, Jesus is Lord. So that's why the accounts can seem very different. Even though they are, say, when you look at, say, that book, the four synoptics, the Gospels, when you look at those, you'll notice that the accounts are the same across the board. And very eerily similar. They only vary in very tiny ways. I had once kind of, like, for example, let's say you have a crash, and no one there's with a cell phone, and no one's filming. You have a car crash. Car careens into a telephone pole. Okay? And there's 20 witnesses. And you take all statements of all 20 witnesses. You will get very, very different accounts from each witness. You know, one witness is going to say, "Oh yeah, that car, that was racing. You know, screaming. You could hear the tires squeal and smoke coming from the tail end." Another guy will go, "Dang, that car was hot, man. Real pity what happened to it. You know, cherry red. You know, just tricked out. Man, they must have put a lot of money into that car." Another person will go, "Yeah, I saw a guy come out of it. Can't tell you what he was dressed like." So each account is going to give you something a little different based upon what the account, you know, what the witness thinks is important. Same thing with the Gospels. You know, they're going to recount the same events. They're just going to do it out of different perspectives. So that's why they appear so different sometimes. But they're not principally different in a lot of ways. They're not plagiarizing off of each other. Haystack adds a really interesting comment here. True, I've investigated many crashes. Yes. Yeah, witnesses are going to be all over the map. Because people are going to focus on different things based upon what they value, what they see as important, what they think is shocking or interesting or any number of reasons. And this is just the way witnesses are. And the Gospels are no different. Each Gospel writer is going to have his own perspective. And Jack Ray, it looked like a car, maybe a truck. Yeah, pretty much. Some of them are going to say, I didn't see anything. I was just looking at my cell phone. But that's no less a witness.
Or I read aloud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Or as my producer just said, I heard a loud crash and then turned around and there I saw it. I didn't actually see it happen. So, that's how witnesses work. So you can't expect all the Gospels to be the same. They're not, as I said, it's not one plagiarizing from the other. Now, there's been people who have suggested that that there has been, let's say, Mark and supremacy or primacy, where the other Gospels are taking events from Mark and reappropriating them. That's using a source. But they're not going to communicate all in the same way. That's just we wouldn't expect that from, say, Gospel accounts. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it, and we hope that helped. Next one here is from Jonathan Snyman again for 35 South African. Thank you for the super chat. Did the ancient Egyptians have anything akin to museums or such like we have today? No. They had nothing like museums. Museums are a phenomena that happened in the 17th century. And a lot of them came out of the development of the middle class. Essentially, the modern idea of a museum started when nation-states started developing a middle class, taxing that middle class, and had to show something for that as a means of public beneficence. So a lot of museums that are around today are a result of that public beneficence by 17th century governments. This is how we got, say, museums like the Louvre, the British Museum. So the museum movement was very much a part of Western European culture. Until that point, you had, say, what was called a curio cabinet, where people would basically go around the world, collect stuff, and put it in a cabinet in their homes. Museums were really an extension of that idea of the curio cabinet. So, but ancient peoples didn't have anything akin to museums. They had libraries. There were public libraries. Public libraries as institutions is very old. Not so much an Egyptian institution, although the Library of Alexandria is definitely among them. But the whole idea of public libraries starts getting its sort of foothold in, say, the 2nd and 3rd centuries BC. And that's when you start seeing the first public libraries. But museums didn't come along until way late. And the Egyptians certainly didn't have anything like a museum. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped. Thomas Perez for 199. Thank you for the super chat. For BuzzFeed's question. Okay, where's BuzzFeed's question? 7 o'clock. Okay, there it is. BuzzFeed asks, what is your generic response to people who argue that Yahweh originated as a foreign deity as part of a pantheon of many gods? My generic response is we're still not completely sure about the origins of Yahweh. Okay. If you take, say, the book of Exodus, it's basically a god that Moses encounters in Midian. So if it's a god that he encounters in Midian, it does raise the possibility of the Kenite hypothesis, which is the idea that Yahweh may have originated as a basically a god amongst the Midianites. So, and I think that's a really plausible theory. Now, there's another one a view of this that basically says that Yahweh originated in, say, northern Levant, and that's kind of the idea that he's somehow related to El, and El has a wife and all that. And I think the say the northern Levantine hypothesis, I think, is suspect. It's dubious, but there's nothing wrong with the idea that say Yahweh could have been part of, say, the religious culture of the Midianites, the Kenites, the Shasu, the Edomites. That southern Levantine hypothesis. So, but again, too, just because Yahweh originated as, say, a part of a religion of another culture, doesn't mean it's inherently pagan. I think that's something we have to be very careful of too. You know, I mean, if it was part of a pure polytheistic system, maybe, but we don't know. We don't know what kind of, like, one of the strange things we find, for example, of, say, Israelite critique of its surrounding neighbors is that the Moabites are accused of idolatry. The Ammonites are accused of idolatry. The Amorites are accused of idolatry. The Edomites are never never accused of idolatry. In fact, one of the strange things about the Edomites is they're allowed to integrate with the congregation of the Assembly of Israel very rapidly. All they had to do was convert. Really strange. This is how Herod the Great became a quote Jew, because he was Egemean, and yet he's in one generation allowed to become a Jew. He just converts. This is something that's very odd about, like even the Bible talks about the Edomites being a source of wisdom. You would never hear that language, ever, about the Moabites. You never hear them talking about Moabites as a source of wisdom. Well, Ruth, you got Ruth, but she's never, I mean, her countrymen are never talked about that in that way, though. Yeah, it's just like, it's like, yeah, so just because the Yahweh was worshipped in another culture doesn't make it inherently pagan. It just doesn't. It's how you're worshiping that determines if what you're doing is pagan. So, yeah. You know. Mm-hmm. Well, Elohim. That's a name that has been used amongst pagan cultures. Okay? It doesn't make it inherently pagan, though. So, again, it's what is Yahweh doing? How does he set himself apart? If people are worshiping him in a pagan style, then that practice might be pagan, even if Yahweh himself sets himself apart from that. So again, it's a little more complicated than it's just, well, it's a foreign deity, therefore it's inherently pagan. It's much more complicated than that. So I think that's why we have to be a little more nuanced and circumspect about this, because these issues are not black and white. They're not black or white. You just can't say it's either pagan or it's pure Israelite. There's a shade of gray there. I don't mean shade of gray as in they're just taking up a pagan deity on Midian, but that they're basically encountering Yahweh in Midian, and then Moses is bringing that worship to the Israelites in Egypt. So, with that said, I hope that helped. Thank you for the question, and I want to thank Tom Paris for sponsoring that question. Very much appreciate the support and sponsoring other people's questions. Okay. JCM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he goes, Are you a full preterist or a partial preterist, meaning some above past and some are about the future? Okay, I'm neither. I'm neither a full preterist nor a partial preterist. I wouldn't be a full preterist anyway because that's a heretical position. Partial preterism is not heretical, but I'm still not a partial preterist. I'm a futurist. So that's that for me is sort of it's I respect there are partial preterists that I do know and respect, and I think they're within the pale of orthodoxy. Full preterism is not. Full preterism denies the second coming of Jesus Christ. So I can't, in any conscience, support full preterism. But partial preterism is an acceptable position, but I don't happen to be one. I happen to be a futurist. So that's my eschatological position on that particular issue. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. And we are almost at the end again, and that's a good thing because we are getting close to the end of the night. All right, JCM for $5. Are the Crusades and Spanish Inquisitions good examples of negative effects of spreading Christianity? They're really good examples of negatively spreading Christianity. Using bad means to spread Christianity. Now, definitely the Spanish Inquisition was a horrible atrocity. Yeah. This is why you don't give the power of the church to the state. The Inquisition was bad enough. Spanish Inquisition just made it worse. Because it gave the Spanish government the power not only to conduct religious investigations, but to mete out punishments and confiscate property. And that was probably the big thing. Is the Spanish Inquisition was about the confiscation of property, so that Ferdinand and Isabella could conduct their war against the Moors. So that was a dark, dark period of time. And it was basically to steal property to keep funding those wars. That's what the Spanish Inquisition was about. So, a real dark time. And even was it now? Torquemada. Even he commented that the Spanish Inquisition went way overboard. When a guy like Torquemada says this, what? Okay, Torquemada was one of the primary architects of the Inquisition. He condoned the use of torture, but he also said basically if they recant, let them go. So Torquemada was not a nice guy. He was not a nice guy. But even when he's looking at the Spanish Inquisition and going, yeah, this is a road too far. Whoa. So, as far as the Crusades, Crusades are a different matter into there's the necessity of the Crusades is still sort of debated. Yeah, even though while it's seen as basically an attempt to spread religion, there's a lot more going on with the Crusades than just the spreading of religion. They were invited. The Byzantine, what remained of the Byzantine Empire, invited the Crusaders, although it took them 17 years to accept the invitation. That's how, the Roman See works very slowly. It works in decades and centuries, not years. When the Byzantine Emperor requested aid, they were wanting gold to pay for mercenaries. They did not want 10,000 soldiers walking up on their doorstep with hungry bellies. Yeah, that they had to feed and take care of, and it ended up in riots, and it was badly organized. But they were invited, essentially. Now, the second, third, and fourth Crusades are, I think, much less contestable as to their efficacy. But as far as the results of what the Crusades accomplished, it did do things that were unintended consequences. That for example, the Crusades brought paper to Europe. Many of the lost volumes of, say, the classical era came to Europe as a result of the fall of Byzantium, of Constantinople. There's also the whole matter, too, that the Crusades didn't fix, say, Islamic aggression, which was still happening. Islam at that point had spread, they'd spread all across the Middle East, all across North Africa, and into Spain. But it did put a pause in it. In fact, some authors have argued that if it hadn't been for the Crusades giving Islam a pause, Islam would not have been as vulnerable to the Mongols. And the Mongols really sort of broke the back of, say, Islamic aggression until the 16th century, when they came again and almost conquered Vienna. So there have been authors that have argued that if it wasn't for the Crusades, all of Western Europe would be Islamic today. And I don't think that's an unreasonable analysis. Do I think it was effective as an evangelistic outreach? No. I don't think it should have been used to spread Christianity. But at the same time, too, I think there is good warrant to say historically the results of the Crusades weren't all negative. A lot of it was to stop an invasion. Of course, how much damage did it do on its own is also another debated question. But historians, as I say, are a little more circumspect about the Crusades than the Spanish Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was just plain an atrocity. So yeah. So I would say that my opinion on the, say, Spanish Inquisition and the Inquisition in general was horrible. But Crusades, I think we can be a little more even-handed with that one. Just because of, say, the sort of the historical outcomes of those things. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, BC here for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. If preterism were true, what on earth are we living in right now? Is the kingdom now on Earth? Is it hidden like Wakanda? Well, I mean, as Yeshuans for Yahweh says above, full preterists say that the second coming of Christ already happened. Now, that is still in opposition with the creeds. Sorry. Because the creeds say Christ will come again to judge the living and the dead. So it does still deny the creeds. And it does still deny the second coming. It's only just saying that it's already happened. Okay? So this is it. This is as good as it gets. Under full preterism. This is the kingdom of God. The kingdom of Christ. It's already happened. Christ returned. He's done. All that waits now is nuclear holocaust. Yeah, a full preterism doesn't have a whole idea. BC, I want my money back. Yeah, if this is our blessed forever, with full, when was the second? That's odd. At the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. That's when they would place it. So That's the full, basically, the second coming. I'm not sure about. I'm not convinced, honestly. But after World War II, you know, the communist genocides, um, I have a real hard time buying that this is the glorious millennial kingdom. So I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. And frankly, Christianity has pretty much basically bent over backwards to say that Christ's second coming, is still to happen. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not buying it. Sorry. So anyway, we're going to take, we just got a super chat here from, I was about to take non-super chats, and then Sentinel Apologetics pops in. Good to see you, Rob. And he says, gives a $10 super chat here, and he says, Blessings, David's thought on Isaiah 9:10. The Septuagint has a very curious readings. Bricks have fallen, but come, let us hew a stone and cut up mulberry trees and cedars, and let us build ourselves a tower. Okay, let's take a look at that. Let's go. Isaiah. We'll first read it about in the New American Standard here, because I want to get a sense of the passage. I'll flip over to the Septuagint. And bring up the Bible here. Okay. Passage here. Okay. It's talking about no gloom for who's in anguish. Earlier times treated the land of Zebulun and land of Naphtali with contempt. Okay, so it's a prophetic passage of some kind. Okay, this is the unto us the child is born. So this is talking about this particular passage is talking about the Syro-Ephraimite War. And basically what happens if Hezekiah obeys. Which he doesn't. Okay. And verse 9 here. And all the people know it, that is, Ephraim and the inhabitants of Samaria, asserting in pride and arrogance of heart, the bricks have fallen, we will rebuild with smooth stones. The sycamores have cut down, but we will replace them with cedars. Therefore, the Lord raises against them adversaries from Rezin, and spurs their enemies on. Okay. So, the bricks have fallen down. Let's take a look at the Septuagint here. Okay, the difference in the text seems to be just the word a tower. Take a look at my translation of the Septuagint here. Breton's translation here. And the bricks are fallen down, but come, let us hew stones and cut down sycamores and cedars. Let's build ourselves a tower. Okay. Now, let's see what it is. Greek here. Okay. Pyrgos, a tower. Let's build ourselves a tower. Masoretic text say here. Okay, so Septuagint just seems to add a tower. So that seems to be what's the prime textual difference here, is that Septuagint adds the term tower. It's really conveying the same sort of meaning here, which is Ephraim and the inhabitants of Samaria are proud. And this is a reference to the northern kingdom of Israel. This is a reference to the northern kingdom of Israel in its last days of the Syro-Ephraimite War. Basically, you have basically two, you have a set of kingdoms here that are at war with each other. Basically, the Aramites, the people of Aram, and the house of Pekah, of the kingdom of Israel, go to war against the kingdom of Judah, Hezekiah. Okay? This is what's called the Syrian Ephraimite War. So Aram and who is basically Rezin. Rezin's the king of Aram. We actually have his name recorded in one of the cylinders of Tiglath-Pileser III. And he goes to war with his ally, Pekah, of the house of Pekah, of the kingdom, last dynasty of the kingdom of Israel. They go to war. They basically unite against Hezekiah. And basically, God tells Hezekiah, if you trust me, I'm going to take care of both Rezin and the house of Israel for you. And if you do this, you'll get a sign. Basically, Emmanuel. A child will be born as a sign that you have been saved. If you don't, this other sign will be born. What happens is Hezekiah sends a huge bribe to Tiglath-Pileser III to basically rattle the saber against Samaria and the house of Israel. And that's seen as an act of disfaith. Basically a faithless act. Okay? But in your particular passage here, basically what's going on is basically that Ephraim is considered, that's part of the northern tribe. That's the sort of the emblematic, sort of the flagship tribe of the northern kingdom. And basically they've puffed themselves up, and they're going to go march against their brothers in Judah. And they're saying in verse 10, the bricks have fallen, but we've rebuilt with smooth stones. So we don't need those stinky bricks. We're doing smooth stones, nice stones. You cut down the sycamore trees, we'll replace them with cedars. You're supposed to get the idea here of an exaltation of the heart. That they've exalted themselves. They're not listening to God. They're exalting themselves. So when the Septuagint is basically trying to convey that by just adding, let's build ourselves a tower. So this could be an older text in the Septuagint. I'd have to take a look at, say, the text critical notes. But that's really what's being driven at here with this reading, is they're basically saying, bricks are falling, you'll heal stone and cut the cedars and mulberry, we'll build a tower. And it makes actually poetic sense when you look at the passage too, because this is supposed to be a couplet. So there's two ways to organize this couplet. One is you have bricks have fallen, rebuild with smooth stones. That's your first couplet. Second one is sycamores have been cut down, replace them with cedars. So the Masoretic couplet here makes sense. But also the Septuagint in its own way also makes sense. Bricks have fallen, and let us hew stone and cut mulberry trees and cedars. Then let us build ourselves a tower. It doesn't have the same balance as the Masoretic couplet. But many readings of the Septuagint are, a little idiomatic, but may also reflect an older reading too. So we'd have to go into text critical notes to be sure which one is the correct reading, but they're both communicating roughly the same thing. Is that the house of Pekah has inflated itself and is ready to take a tumble because of its pride. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helped. And it was really, really great to see you here tonight, Rob. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Wishing you the best for the coming 2024. Oh, and by the way, in case you didn't catch it at the beginning of the live stream, we're having a popcorn review on Monday, January 1st at 8 p.m. Hope you can make it. That was really, really great to see you here tonight. Okay, I think we are done with the super chats here. Let's take some non-super chats. And I got about 15 minutes here till midnight, and then we're going to call it a night. Where's this? What? 11:18. Okay, we'll take that question. We'll take this non-super chat, and then we'll get back to the next one here from Sentinel. Jack Ray asks, did the Library of Alexandria have issues with humidity ruining papyrus? Yes, it did. All of those libraries had problems with humidity. Alexandria is a very humid place. So the papyri were very susceptible to mold. Mold, mildew, and rot. So yeah, it was a problem. And how they compensated for that problem was by copying text over and over and over again. A text in a library like that would last for about 100 years. And then a copy would have to be made in order to preserve the text. So this is how basically people kept texts around in high humid environments, is they would constantly make copies. Those copies, as I say, last 100 years, and then they would fall apart and rot away. But yes, humidity was a problem at the Library of Alexandria, and as well as it was in all the libraries around Alexandria. The Library of Alexandria wasn't just one library. It was actually a cluster. There was a cluster of libraries that surrounded the Library of Alexandria. So yeah, it was very much one of those sort of situations where, yeah, you had humidity ruining papyri, but the papyri people were interested in, they made copies of. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Okay. Sentinel Apologetics for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. The ICC on Isaiah says there are echoes of Genesis 11. Addition of Dute probably reflects Hava of Genesis 11:3. The translators probably thought that this was paradigmatic example of hubris. Let's go look at Isaiah 9. Echoes of Genesis 11. Okay. Here. The Septuagint again here. Let's see here. A logos and Bible here. Yeah, I see the Dute there. Ala Dute come. Okay. Yeah, so you got in verse 9 there. Polinthoi, Keptokason, ala hala Dute, Lexumenon, Lithoi. Okay. Yeah, so you do got that in there saying but come let us hew stones and cut bricks. Yeah, so that's definitely in the Septuagint. Whereas you don't have that come in, say, or that command to come to with the Masoretic text. It could be. Let's see what Genesis 11:13 says. Septuagint here. 11. As in, come, let us build the towers. That was go driving at here. Back said 11:3. Sorry. Yeah, a man said to his neighbor, "Come, let us make bricks and bake them with fire." And the brick was to them for stone, and their mortar was bitumen. So you do find this in the Septuagint of Genesis 11:3. That's true. See, it's also in this Masoretic text. Let's see if we find it also in the Masoretic. If we find the same thing in the Masoretic text too. So yeah, the whole idea here, but there's more than that too. Because in Genesis 11:3, I can see the parallel here. Come, let us break bricks and burn them thoroughly. And they use this is the Tower of Babel. So, and the translator could have definitely presumed that this was a paradigmatic example of hubris. That's very reasonable. I think that's a very reasonable commentary. So, yeah, sure, absolutely. I think the commentator here is spot on. So, especially when you look at that through the eyes of, say, the Greek translators of say, of Isaiah 9. So, yeah, it's highly likely, I would think, that, say, the Greek translators of Isaiah 9 saw the parallel of the passage and then, say, compared that to the Tower of Babel. So they might have added the words, make for yourselves a tower, and added the come as well. So, but they would be keying that off of the idea of let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly. So that's a reasonable pedigree for the text. Basically, development of the text. So, yeah, I think it's reasonable. But again, I would probably, in this case, unless I had like good warrant, I'd probably side more with a Masoretic text as for being the original reading, because of, say, the proper parallels of the couplet. So I would need more textual information to make a determination here on what is the original text, but just prima facie, I'd probably still lean towards the Masoretic on this one. But I think the ICC here makes a good comment, and I think that's really an interesting textual note. A very interesting textual note for the Septuagint. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, we're going to take 1 or 2 more super chats, and then we're going to call it a night. I'm going to go back a bit. Back in time. All right. Let's see what we got. I want something interesting. No, open theism doesn't interest me that much. Ah, excellent. Where's that? 914. That's a good question. I like that question. That interests me. 914. Take a moment here to get there. 914. Okay. There we go. Thomas Perez has an interesting question here. Hey, Dr. Falk, why didn't Eglon's men check Ehud's right side for a weapon? Was left-handedness extremely rare in the ancient Near East? Judges 3:15-16. Okay, pull up the text. We'll read the text quickly here. Okay. Judges 3:15-16. All right. But when the sons of Israel cried out to the Lord raised up a deliverer for them. Aehud, the son of Gerah, the Benjaminite, a left-handed man, and sons of Israel sent tribute to him to Eglon, king of Moab. And Aehud made himself a sword which had 2 edges. a cubit in length, and he bound it on the right side under his cloak. Now, this is an interesting weapon. Okay. Very interesting weapon, because one of the things is you see under 22, when the handle also went after the blade and the fat closed over the blade, for he did not draw the sword out of his belly and the refuse came out. Okay, so that's kind of gross. But there's an interesting thing about this weapon. This is what we call a disposable weapon. Okay. Now, why? Okay, first, to answer the first question. Actually, let's do the second one. Was left-handed extremely rare in the ancient Near East? It was pretty much the same rates as we have today, which is still pretty rare. It's like 1 in 10. But generally, if you were a soldier, you weren't sent to war. You weren't sent to war. You were not a soldier. Because in ancient times, soldiers had to fight in formation. So left-handedness disqualified you. Yeah, if you wanted to be a soldier, you either had to be ambidextrous or right-handed. Because you had to fight in formation. And it made sense, because your shield, protected you, while the guy's shield beside you would protect your other side. So you had to be able to fight in formation. So soldiers who were left-handed were generally disqualified from military service. So the fact that Aehud was pack and heat was unusual. Okay. The second thing is, so if you had a sword on you, it was generally on the left side, to be cross-drawn by your right hand. So as long as Aehud kept that area exposed, it wasn't clearly evident he had a weapon. The second thing is that this blade had no handle. Okay? It had no hilt. It was just a bare blade. How do we know this? Because of verse 22. It would have gotten stuck by the hilt if it had been just your regular sort of blade. So it would have been prevented full entry. So basically, this is just a bare blade with maybe a wrapping of cloth around the handle. Around the tang. Okay? The tang is the part that inserts into a handle. So this blade probably had no handle at all. It had no hilt, so nothing prevent it from getting stuck. So he's basically packing a flat blade that's wrapped around his thigh. So there would be no bulge there to see it. So as long as he had maintained the fact that his right side was covered with the cloak, it would have been very, very difficult to see. Unless the soldiers, frisked him. Which apparently they didn't do. So, this is an assassin's weapon. Essentially, a bronze blade, double-edged, pressed flat against the thigh, so probably no sheath. Probably just wrapped against his thigh with a piece of cloth. The tang was probably just covered in cloth, so he could just grip it. And he's using it to just plunge this thing into Eglon. So, this is a stealth weapon. Ehud's going in as a left-handed assassin. And it's a stealth weapon. And it's a disposable weapon. Once the job is done, he doesn't need it back. He's done his job. And it's only a cubit long. This thing's only a cubit long. So it's about 18 inches. And most of it, some of that would have been part of the handle too. So it's a bare blade. Bare blade. Assassin's weapon. Put it in, leave it in, run out the window. That's essentially what Ehud does. So in normal terms, he would have been disqualified from military service. But it also put him in the position to conceal a stealth weapon into Eglon's court. So, yeah, that's what's going on here. So, anyway, thank you very much for that question. It's a great question, and I hope that helped. Okay. Take super chat there, and then one more non-super chat, and then we're going to call it a night. Sentinel Apologetics for $2 Australian. David, fantastic responses. Merry Christmas. Well, Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you very much. We're glad to have you as a supporter of our channel. We really, really appreciate it, and we consider you a great, great friend of the channel. So I hope you and your family have a great Christmas and a Happy New Year. And thank you again for helping our channel. We really appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to take one more non-super chat and call it a night. Oh. I can find something interesting. One more. Give me one more non-super chat, and then we're going to call it. I have. Okay. I'll take this one. This will be our last non-super chat from the night from Pablo Marquez. And he asks, excuse me. Sneeze. Why isn't the teaching of Aramaic so widespread? Okay, a few reasons. It is true that there's more courses out there for teaching Hebrew and Greek. The reason is because of interest. There's more people interested in Greek and Hebrew. Say take a biblical course on Greek, and you can probably add a couple other classes and be able to read other kinds of Greek too. Hebrew, great interest in the Old Testament community. It's a base Semitic language for learning other Semitic languages. It comes down to a matter of utility. The amount of Aramaic in the Bible is very small. Yes, it's the third most used language in the Bible, but it doesn't amount to a whole lot of chapters. You know, the Aramaic portions of, say, Daniel are not that big. Also, when you look at other, say, post-exilic texts, too, that use Aramaic, just isn't a lot out there. So it's almost a language that you have to kind of learn either to complete your biblical languages, or because you're interested in, say, other Aramaic texts, like Imperial Aramaic. Or maybe you're going to supplement that with Syriac, which is a kind of Aramaic as well. But you almost have to be interested in the Aramaic family of languages to really get a lot out of it. As such, you don't find many specialists in Aramaic. There are some, especially those that are interested in, say, Persian period diplomatic texts. But that's really almost where you have to go with this. So there is basically there's just less interest in it overall. So you don't find so many specialists who really get into Aramaic in the same way you find, say, general broader interest in Hebrew or Greek. Those languages have a lot of appeal, and a lot of people want to learn them. And frankly, the number of specialists in any language is going to depend upon how much interest there is. You know, when I did my Akkadian class, we had 10 students in that class. And my teacher said, "Welcome to the largest Akkadian class in North America." He probably wasn't wrong. because the interest isn't that big. It's not that great. So a lot of languages have small enrollments because the interest is small. So without large enrollments, people don't do classes on it. That's one of the reasons why I could never get a Luvian class going. I wanted to learn Luvian. There was like 2-3 people interested. I would have loved to have learned Luvian. I might still do it, but it wasn't a topic that had a lot of interest. And Aramaic is very similar. It's like, okay, I'm learning an entire language to potentially learn a few chapters, to translate a few chapters in the Bible, or this larger corpus of diplomatic texts. If you're into the diplomatic text, then it's fantastic. Then you've got something interesting that you can do with it. But doing it just for the purposes of biblical study, for a lot of students, doesn't seem much like worth it. It's a lot of effort to put into a very small number of texts. And some people do it, but a lot of schools won't teach it because they can't get the students. So that's why the teaching of Aramaic isn't more widespread. It's just lack of interest. So, and we have to understand that this is just the way that language classes are sort of done. It's based entirely upon how much interest there is. So again, this is, yeah, take that comment at the bottom there from Christospheres. You have random Akkadian instructors offering the language even in some undergraduate programs, i.e. Case Western Reserve in Cleveland. This is probably an independent study, though. Yeah, it's probably an independent study. Many of the less popular classes are often independent study. Like, for example, I've known, say, third year, say, late Egyptian is often done as an independent studies course. And even advanced Akkadian is often done as an independent studies course because you don't get the enrollment. And if you can't get the enrollment, it's really, really hard to... Okay. Okay. Wow. All right. But anyway, that's the reason why you don't find it. It's just a lot of it is demand, supply and demand. There isn't the demand, so there isn't the supply. So that's an unfortunate thing about teaching those obscure languages. Okay. We'll take this last super chat and we're going to call it a night here. Talbot Slade for $500. Wow. Thank you for that very generous super chat. Why don't you start an hour earlier and end an hour earlier? Oh, here's the thing. Because the temptation, we might do that. We might do that. Now that I'm going full time here, there isn't a good reason why we can't start an hour earlier. The problem is we have the temptation to do that not to end an hour earlier. Midnight for us kind of serves as a way of ending this thing at a proper time. But definitely we'll take it under advisement. It will definitely... Yeah, that is exactly it. That's the reason right there. Jack Ray, laugh out loud, overtime. BC, overtime. Oh, that's true. It does. Yeah, that's a good point. The Bible exegete points out here. Others in Europe won't see too much of the live stream. But I'll tell you what, we will consider a change in time frame. Because we've heard this comment too from people on, say, the East Coast. That it runs way too late for them. So we'll take it under advisement. actually, would it be a better idea is not so much comments on this. Let's put a poll. Put a poll in the community section, and then people can vote for what they prefer in time frame. We used to go a little earlier, start a little earlier sometimes, but we found out we didn't get the people coming in. So we didn't get as many people on the earlier shows, but that could have changed by now. Because we did that very early on in the live streams. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. BC. You know what's a better idea? Even a better idea? 24-hour streaming. No. No. Gonna kill me, you guys. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll put up a poll in the community section, and we'll take the pulse of live Jack Ray. A live Dr. Falk is better. Well, I think so. I'm partial to living. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We'll put up a poll, and we'll see what the community says. If we get the majority well, we'll set some time frames, potential time frames, and you'll be live 24 hours. You're gonna be dead shortly after. Yeah. Yeah. So, Haystack, put you down for mummification. And fossilization. Oh boy. Halfway through, Dr. Falk can switch to Mystery C. Yeah, he's going to be pretty incoherent by that point. Okay, so again, that's what we'll do. We'll talk about amongst ourselves some potential time slots, and we'll put up a poll. We'll see what the response is, and we'll see what the majority says, and open it up for comments. Open it up for comments, and see what results, and then we'll make a decision from that. All right. So that's the best we can do until we sort of get a live sort of a pulse from our viewers. But anyway, I want to thank you very much for that really generous super chat. We really appreciate your support of this channel. You've been really generous to us, and we couldn't have gone full time without your support. So we really appreciate it, and thank you so very much. Okay. So with that said, we are going to call it a night. I want to thank everyone who has supported this channel with their gifts and super chats. We really appreciate it. As I said again, we couldn't have gone full time without your guys' help, and we so appreciate it. We also want to remind you all, guys, of a Jack Ray just put 10 memberships. Grab them quick before we go offline. Okay, there they go. We also want to remind everyone of our popcorn review on January 1st at 8 p.m. This is going to be fantastic. We are so excited about this, and we hope you can join us for that premiere. I will be in the live chat, talking it up with you, and we really appreciate that. We also appreciate all our membership supporters and our Patreon supporters who help keep the lights on and the equipment in tip-top condition. We so appreciate that. And we also want to thank our subscribers and our regular viewers who watch our videos, who hit the like and subscribe button. And if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so you don't miss out on any of our content. And who post links of our content to other social media venues, because that gets the word out. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Some great questions as always, and I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.